Well, a new audiobook came out recently called This Is For Everyone, The Unfinished Story of the World Wide Web by Tim Berners-Lee. Who's that guy? Well, he's the inventor of the World Wide Web. Tim Berners-Lee, inventor, World Wide Web. So, I've always liked the guy. He's, I think his principles are aligned with mine. So if you want to download the audiobook, you can do it right there. And if you're a YouTube employee, get the fuck off my channel right now. You're not welcome. Get out of here. If you work at YouTube, all you are is horny to ban people and suspend people. So get off my goddamn channel, cocksucker. You're not welcome here. All right. So I'm just going to listen to this because I'm very curious. I've been listening to it, so we're kind of jumping in the middle here. So if you want a copy of it, you can download it there. Nobody else on YouTube is going to do that for you. I'm the only one, apparently. So I'm going to hit play.
For a new browser he called Mosaic. Mosaic was a Unix-based browser that started simply but evolved rapidly, with updated versions delivered every couple of weeks. I added a download link for Mosaic to the info.cern.ch server and encouraged others to experiment with it. In February 1993, Mark proposed adding the IMG tag for inline HTML images. In the past, browsers had rendered images in a separate window, but Mark was proposing to include them on the page and render them on the fly. I liked this idea, but wanted to do it in a more general way, reusing the link for any media item. My objection to the IMG tag was based on my preference for clean, powerful design rather than an objection to images per se. A spirited discussion of the merits of our proposals followed. At one point, a Dutch developer named Guido van Rossum chimed in. Mark later became one of Silicon Valley's leading venture capitalists, and Van Rossum invented Python, today the leading general-purpose programming language for artificial intelligence. Mark eventually just unilaterally added the IMG specification to Mosaic, as was his right, I suppose. The whole purpose of placing the web standards in the public domain was to allow for this sort of modification without my explicit permission. And Mosaic was fast becoming popular, a dominant monopoly. Mosaic rapidly surpassed Viola www as the web's most popular browser. A great part of its success was due to Mark's hard work. He paid close attention to user requests from various hypertext newsgroups and, together with programmer Eric Biener, rolled out features on a rapid development cycle. Mark was the first to approach web users as customers, and unlike Pei Wei and Tom Bruce, he had a team of people supporting him, funded by Al Gore's bill. Mosaic also included a regularly updated landing page entitled What's New, which provided a chronologically organized list of new web servers. By the middle of 1993, new pages were appearing every day. When I first saw Mosaic, I was thrilled. But as the software became more popular, I began to grow concerned. In talks at conferences, the Mosaic team seemed to be deliberately avoiding any mention of the World Wide Web. Rather than referring to pages being on the web, they referred to them as being on Mosaic, burying all mention of the protocols I'd conceived.
Yeah.
In March 1993, I was invited to the Fermilab particle accelerator outside Chicago to deliver a presentation on web technology. By coincidence, Tom Bruce, who hosted the first online legal archive, was in Chicago at the same time, and he showed me an early version of his Cello browser. Following the presentation, Tom and I, together with Ruth Pordesh, my host from Fermilab, decided to drive from Chicago to the National Center for Supercomputing Applications, NCSA, in Champaign, Illinois, where Mark and his team worked. The drive took us through several hundred miles of cornfields, Having lived surrounded by mountains for almost a decade at this point, I was struck by how flat it all was. The meeting took place in the basement of a petroleum chemistry building. Tom, Ruth, and I sat opposite Mark, Eric, and Joseph Hardin, the leader of the NCSA's software development group. All of my previous meetings with web developers had been cordial, collaborative, and enthusiastic. But at this meeting, tension hung in the air. Picture us together in this dreary, windowless room. Mark was very young, and he still had all his hair. I retained some of mine as well. In the days before the meeting, it had become clear to me that the NCSA group was attempting to hijack my creation and rebrand the web as Mosaic. Politely, I articulated my displeasure at this effort. Mark grew visibly uncomfortable, but said very little. He seemed to regard the meeting as some kind of poker game. I dropped the subject, and attempting to foster a spirit of collaboration, I asked Mark whether he had considered adding an editor feature to the Mosaic browser. Mark and Eric responded that this was impossible. It wasn't. I had done it. He also argued that in any event, users were demanding more multimedia features, not editing capabilities. This was true. As Mark, Eric, and I continued this discussion, I began to realize there was a second tension in the room. Their supervisor, Joseph Hardin, kept interrupting them. Hardin had previously developed a multimedia hypertext editor called Collage, and he seemed to regard Mosaic as a sequel to work he'd already done. Soon it became apparent that Mark was just as concerned about Joseph taking credit for his work as I was about Mark taking credit for mine. In general, he did not seem to appreciate Joseph as his boss. I left this meeting dispirited. My concerns were not assuaged the second time I met Mark. In summer 1993, I travelled to Cambridge, Massachusetts, to attend the Wizards Workshop, the first web meetup. The workshop was organised by Dale Doherty, who worked for the tech publisher O'Reilly, who was using it as a platform to launch the first commercial web publication, the Global News Network. GNN is today best remembered for featuring the first clickable advertisement. Mark was in attendance, and while the other wizards were collegial, he seemed to be keeping his distance. Several attendees remarked how different his combative online persona was from his personality IRL, in real life. Soon it became clear that the NCSA had big ambitions. Shortly after our second meeting, Mosaic was ported to Windows, triggering an avalanche of public interest. By late 1993, Mosaic held an insurmountable lead in the browser sweepstakes, and the NCSA organized a public relations push around it.
Yo, this stuff is great. A little bent and a little burnt, but I've never let low-grade materials stop me from making precision high explosives. Thanks, adventurer. You really have an eye for quality trash.
You know, I have to say, the voices don't match up in Burning Crusade here so far. So this effort, I don't think is good enough. The guy who did this, I don't think it's good enough, man.
Glad I could help.
For some reason, I just thought that was an upgrade, but I guess it's exactly the same. Yeah, like, it doesn't fucking match. That doesn't sound like a goblin to me.
December, the New York Times ran its first mention of the web under the headline, "A Free and Simple Computer Link." The article described what you could do on the web in 1993. Click the mouse. There's a NASA weather movie taken from a satellite high over the Pacific Ocean. A few more clicks, and one is reading a speech by President Clinton, as digitally stored at the University of Missouri.
Al Gore. So I guess I should pin it. Yeah, so if you want to download or stream that book. And I gotta put my pizza in, so give me a second here. Where the fuck is he? Oh, he's way back here. Nothing.
What would you
Oh,
ask?
she's doing shit. Okay. I don't know, since YouTube suspended my other account over hate speech for playing a historical book about Hitler, I don't know, I'm kind of like Tim Berners-Lee here. But maybe this book will inspire me.
Adventurer, my equipment here is, unfortunately, not configured for all the tests I'd like to perform. However, my colleague at Spinebreaker Post, Apothecary Albrecht, possesses the required implements. I have acquired a sample of bleeding hollow blood, gained from a past mission of Thrallmar's agents. Take the sample to Albrecht and allow him to study it. To reach Spinebreaker Post, speak with Wing Commander Brack, near the Wyverns to the south.
Click, click. A sampler of digital music recordings, as compiled by MTV. Click again. Et voila! A small digital snapshot reveals whether a certain coffee pot in a computer science laboratory at Cambridge University in England is empty or full. The text ran below a picture of Joseph Hardin and NCSA Director Larry Smarr. Mosaic got most of the focus. My name wasn't mentioned until well into the article. Mark and Eric weren't mentioned at all. Still, the article was a big, big thing for the web.
Long have I wandered through Outland, searching for the truth of the void. Now I am old and weak. Perhaps you will help me. I must learn the secrets of the Voidwalkers. You must find the warp fields to the west. West of the Expedition Armory, there is a dark place on the edge of the abyss, where time and space are weak. Use my unstable warp rift generator in the warp fields to create a warp rift. You must gather warp nether from the creatures that come through.
I was sent here to make contact with the unyielding spirits. These once proud Alliance soldiers were defeated long ago, and now their cursed spirits haunt the ruins to the west. If they would only join us, we would gain a powerful ally. Imagine a legion of undying warriors to use against our enemies. But these undead are mad with hatred and will not listen to me. Perhaps they can
Holy
be
shit.
forced to join us.
A blood test, is it? It would be my pleasure. I always enjoy working with blood.
Just as Zethgor came into view, a Legion patrol caught sight of me. I ran, hoping to duck into one of the towers in the distance, but one of their fellhounds caught up with me and nearly hamstrung me. I managed to escape, but my leg is in terrible shape. Stoneguard Amberlin found me and brought me here. Now I have to find a way to tend to my leg. Spine leaf grows in and around the Valley of Bones to the north. A salve made from it will dull the pain enough for me to travel.
The poster reads, Wargmaster Krush leads the Warg Riders of the Bleeding Hollow clan. A price has been placed on his head for his riders' exact heavy tolls on supply trains to Spinebreaker Post. Scouts report him within Zethgor and the hero able to bring the severed head of this villain to me will earn the thanks of the Horde and a large bounty. Captain Darkhowl.
Is that a wanted poster talking to me? I think so.
It showed we were gaining momentum. Shortly before the article appeared, I had attended the Hypertext 93 conference, hosted in Seattle. No need to jerry-rig an internet connection this time. Every single project on display there had something to do with the web. Chapter 5. Governing the Web. At the beginning of 1990...
Shit. I need to bookmark that.
Chapter 5. Governing the Web. At the beginning of 1993, there were about 50 web servers in the world. By the end of that year, there were more than 600, and the original server at info.cern.ch was getting 10,000 page views a day. Statistics from the National Science Foundation showed that in March 1993, web protocols accounted for about 0.1% of all Internet traffic. By the end of the year, that had risen to 2.5%. No other protocol had ever grown so quickly. Vint Cerf, the co-inventor of the original Internet protocol layer, became aware of the web protocol around this time. Cerf's previous efforts to put multimedia objects on the Internet had proven expensive and unwieldy. Most hosting formats were proprietary, and you often had to buy extra software to interact with the object. The web created a layer of loam, if we want to use an agricultural analogy, Cerf recently recalled. The beauty of it was the browser. You could see what other people had done. The webmasters learned from each other by inspecting HTML.
And this goes to my point about clicking links. This book talks so far, it's talked a number of times about clicking links and how not scary it is. But when you come across cell phone people on the internet, that's the thing that scares them the most. Clicking links, dude. It's like, what are you guys even doing here? Jesus.
It's one of the best examples of why open source is a powerful tool. As the web grew, the number of websites in existence far exceeded my ability to monitor them. By design, the web had no central registry, although in the early days most people who hosted a web server took the courtesy of informing me via email. By 1994, though, websites were popping up all over.
Asking for
In
permission.
January that year, Jerry Yang and David Philo, two graduate students at Stanford, started a directory of web pages organized by topic, then broken down into subtopic.
Archie.
They named the directory Yet Another Hierarchically Organized Oracle, or Yahoo. Into
Yahoo.
subtopic. They named the directory Yet Another Hierarchically Organized Oracle, or Yahoo.
Yahoo.
At first, there was no search function. The two added new sites to the Yahoo directory by hand. The rapid growth of the web drove the exploding public interest in the Internet. In addition to Yahoo, retail Internet service providers like CompuServe, America Online, AOL, and Prodigy were beginning to appear in the US, offering users paid monthly access via dial-up modems. Originally, many of these services were walled gardens that sequestered customers into digital channels that the ISPs controlled.
That sucks.
But users began to demand access to the general Internet. In early 1994, AOL opened access to Usenet groups like alt.hypertext. Up to this point, the Internet had mostly followed the norms of academia, resulting in a measured, although occasionally rather sharp, standard of discourse we called netiquette. Each September, a freshman class would arrive on campuses and be granted Internet access, and there would be a rocky adjustment period as the new arrivals adjusted to these informal rules. The arrival of the public via AOL in 1994 destroyed netiquette forever, replacing it with something far more raucous, funny, and crude.
Yeah, like loud noises, dude. That's the AOL fucks. That's why we didn't like them. Regular internet users, I remember, didn't like AOL. We called them AOLers, man. We fucking, because they behave like normies, man. Like cell phone people, exactly. Like they didn't belong here, dude. They're not geeks, they're not nerds, they're just loud fucking noises, man. Netiquette.
Via AOL in 1994 destroyed netiquette forever, replacing it with something far more raucous, funny, and crude. Seasoned internet users called this change the Eternal September. While some computer scientists objected to Eternal September, it was fantastic for the web. I had deliberately designed my protocols and creative tools to be simple to use, and a great many new sites appeared, often coded by hand in HTML, sometimes by users who'd only just learned how to use a computer. These delightful amateur sites weren't bound by academic conventions and often showed remarkable creativity. In January 1994, Justin Hall, a freshman at Swarthmore College in Pennsylvania, began using the web to document his personal life in what was perhaps the first blog with comments. He called his site Justin's Links from the Underground, and in addition to his musings, he also posted multimedia objects he had discovered, including bootleg recordings of his favourite band, Jane's Addiction, a picture of Cary Grant dropping acid, and a dedication to Al Gore, the information toll road's first official pedestrian. Will it surprise you to learn that this is exactly what I had intended the web to be? Well, not exactly, of course. I could never have predicted Justin's creativity or his sense of humour, but I had hoped to usher in a new era of creativity and collaboration, and early publications like Justin's were only the beginning of the astonishing activity that was to come. It was all about unleashing other people's creativity and imagination. If the web only produced things I could imagine myself, it would have failed. My fellow evangelist, Robert Caillot, had long pushed for CERN to host a conference for web developers, and in late 1993, the institution agreed. Robert publicly announced our conference shortly after Hypertext 93, but then the next day, Hardin and the NCSA announced that they would be hosting a conference too. I perceived this as an overt attempt to hijack my creation. As the kids might say, it was on. I felt it was critically important that our conference...
Grandpa, it was on.
to hijack my creation. As the kids might say, it was on. I felt it was critically important that our conference happen first, and in Switzerland rather than Illinois. The earliest CERN could host the event was May. Robert booked the auditorium and meeting rooms and emailed potential invitees, including Joseph Hardin at the NCSA. Hardin quickly responded that his conference was also in May and that he was inviting many of the same speakers. Following a rather tense standoff, we agreed that the first international conference for the World Wide Web, WWW1, would be held at CERN in May 1994, and that the second, WWW2, would be held in Chicago in November the same year. So we won the conference showdown. To me, this was a crucial moment in asserting my vision for the web. Not that I should control it, but that no one should control it. I could already see that Mosaic wanted to dominate the browser space and unilaterally dictate new HTML standards. My fear was that this would lead to a splintered web with multiple communications protocols evolving independently. In the worst-case scenario, some browsers wouldn't be compatible with some websites, a real Tower of Babel situation. To avoid this, the web needed some kind of governing body. As the conference date approached, I began to reach out to various institutions about the possibility of hosting a web consortium, a coalition of stakeholders who oversaw the ongoing modernization of the HTTP, HTML, and URL protocols. Nobody would own these protocols. The consortium would host working group discussions and regularly publish technical specifications delineating best practices for new web technologies. Most importantly, the standards would be royalty-free. I called this, at that point, the World Wide Web Organization, or W3O, although it later became the World Wide Web Consortium, or W3C, as it is known today. Now, this may seem a roundabout way of doing things. Why not form a company? Why not just dictate the standards myself? The answer was that those approaches inevitably led to balkanization and competing technical fiefdoms, and that was the exact opposite of the universal nature of the web.
Must get pizza.
If everyone was going to use the web, then everyone had to have a say in what the web was. I'd learned a little from the IETF meetings I had attended, and MIT had started a number of consortiums too, so I had some sense of how it should operate. There was also the looming question of multimedia. A state-of-the-art home computer in 1994 would have a VGA monitor with 256 colours, a sound card, and a 28.8 kbps, kilobytes per second, modem. With this expensive technology, the home user might just be able to render Justin Hall's Links from the Underground, assuming they were patient enough for the images and audio elements to download. The early web demonstrated more of a yearning for multimedia than actual content, but that yearning was so strong and that potential so powerful that I could already feel the pressure to update the HTML protocol continuously, as rapidly as possible. W3C would give us a framework for doing so. But I had to move quickly. Already I could see that the NCSA wanted to set the standards unilaterally themselves. Allowed to do so, I expected they would attempt to profit from it. That could lead to fragmentation, with my free set of web standards competing with the NCSA's expensive one. This absence of interoperability had, throughout the history of computers, led to all sorts of annoyances for users. Older readers will remember the incompatible file systems of PC and Macintosh and all the irritations that were created. A more modern example would be Apple's blue text message bubbles versus Android's green ones. If you've ever been in a texting thread with users of both platforms, you'll understand the headache. only a consortium of stakeholders, with everyone at the table having a voice, could avoid this profit-driven splintering. There had to be just one web. The question was where to host this consortium. One possibility was CERN, but by 1994 I felt the web was outgrowing my institution. CERN had been a wonderful place, and had offered me time, resources, attention, and no small amount of personal encouragement and warmth. But its core mission was to explore the limits of physics, not to manage internet communications protocols.
These should do the job. I'm going to prepare the salve and finish my splint before making my way back to Thrallmar. Why do I have the feeling that I know what Farseer Regolkut will say when she sees me?
Grillek sighs half-heartedly.
Thank you for your help, adventurer. I have some of the spine leaf left over. You're welcome to take it with you. Who can tell when it will prove useful? When I was wounded in the wastes, I saw a goblin zeppelin crash. It went down to the northwest, beyond the expedition armory. The zeppelin was on fire. Shrieking, burning goblins were falling like bombs from the sky. Of course I was in a lot of pain, and I had lost a lot of blood. I may have imagined the whole thing. If you can find any survivors, we can offer them sanctuary here at Spinebreaker Post.
I have studied ancient history my entire unlife. I have never seen anything like this book. It tells the entire history of the armory, including events that happened after its destruction. The Unyielding have kept their history, even after they had fallen in battle. With this book, we will be able to understand the Unyielding and convince them to join us. Perhaps we have taken the wrong approach to the Unyielding. The tome tells me the expedition armory was destroyed by orcs and death knights long ago. The Unyielding remain here, as vengeful spirits trapped in an eternal battle against the fell orc clans. They think only of revenge, and we must arrange for them to defeat their most hated enemies. Enter the expedition armory once again, and find Lieutenant Commander Thalvos. He carries a battle horn that can summon the Unyielding. Bring it to me.
The Unyielding have felt the strength of the Horde. No doubt they will soon be in the mood to listen to my proposed alliance.
You have done well, adventurer. This ancient horn will allow us to summon the Unyielding. That is, if they are willing.
To host the web there, I felt, would be a distraction. If it wasn't CERN, then it had to be somewhere in America. My server logs clearly showed that that was where the traffic was coming from. Silicon Valley was an option, of course, but as the web was intended as a not-for-profit standard, it didn't seem like the best cultural fit. Around this time, I attended a conference in England, in Nottingham. It was pouring with rain, and the attendees had to be transported around in buses. By coincidence, on one of those bus trips, I was seated next to David Gifford, a professor at MIT. I talked about the choices I was making about the future of the web, and about the need for some kind of governing organization that would nurture the web and keep it unified, and about locations and hosts. He recommended I talk to Michael Dertouzos, the head of the Laboratory for Computer Science at MIT. That, of course, was the same MIT lab I had visited 2 years before. Michael was Greek, and he visited Europe often. In February 1994, we discussed our ideas for how a web organization might function over my favorite dish of Zürcher geschnetzeltes Kalbfleisch und Rösti, the classic Swiss dish of sliced veal with a cream sauce, at a cafe in Zurich. Michael, a large man, was a hearty eater. MIT had successfully run such an organization before for the widely used Unix X Windows system, and this provided a template for what I wanted to do. There is some irony there, in that the X Windows system was having a rough time as Windows and Mac seemed to be eclipsing Unix in general. Bob Scheifler, the creator of X Windows, closed the X consortium just as Linux took off. A short time later, I received a surprise visit from Alan Kotok, along with several of his colleagues. Alan, a consummate geek, worked for the Digital Equipment Corporation, but in his spare time he was a big mover and shaker in the MIT Model Train Society. While this was notionally a deck sales call, I sensed it had an ulterior purpose, a suspicion confirmed when Kotok started praising my W3C idea and suggesting what a great home MIT would be for it. The charm offensive had begun. MIT was attractive in other ways as well. Alice by this time was in preschool, and I had observed how frequent the turnover was among her classmates. Geneva was home to a large number of expatriate families, and the children in these families often moved several times before adulthood, as their parents bounced around between international agencies. My French teacher called such families fleurs sans racines, flowers without roots. There was also my wife Nancy to consider. She had grown up in New England and was now pregnant with Ben. Lately, she had expressed a strong desire to return home. The first international conference on the World Wide Web kicked off on the 25th of May, 1994. The atmosphere was electric. In the months before, we'd put out a call for conference attendees and were deluged with requests. Perhaps 25 people had attended O'Reilly's Web Wizards workshop. More than 800 people wanted to attend WWW1, but CERN's space held less than half of that, so with great regret we had to turn a lot of people away. In the end, about 350 people attended, including members of the press and gatecrashers. Many people who had spent years corresponding online were able to meet one another for the first time. Some later called it the Woodstock of the web. I thought that a little over the top, although I certainly had a good time. The attendees drew mostly from the hypertext community and veterans of the web, loosely defined as anyone who'd been using it for longer than a year. There were also some members of the business community in attendance, but fewer than you'd think. Dave Raggett, a programmer with Hewlett-Packard, showed off his Arena browser, which brought a magazine-like sensibility to web pages, with support for background images, tables, and text flow around captions. Meanwhile, in breakout sessions in the meeting rooms, technical experts gathered to discuss the future of HTML. Over the course of a few hours, we'd developed a roadmap for its development, including support for many of Raggett's innovations. Another session discussed technical issues related to HTTP, which was rapidly becoming the single most popular Internet protocol. The collegial nature of these discussions and the rapid collaborative development of product blueprints that met the needs of a great variety of users gave me confidence that the consortium was a good idea. Brandon Plew, a student at Brigham Young University in Utah, had, in the lead-up to the event, proposed several categories for Best of the Web prizes and solicited votes via email. Having underestimated the web's popularity, Brandon received 5,225 ballots, which he'd had to tabulate by himself. The prizes were awarded at a dinner on the 26th of May. One prize went to Steve Putz at Xerox PARC, who'd built a brilliant interactive map viewer that generated geographical mapping services on demand. Another went to Nicolas Pioche, a French student who'd built a virtual copy of the Louvre, complete with high-resolution digitizations of the Mona Lisa and the death of Marat. Another went to Oliver McBrien at the University of Colorado, who'd coded the World Wide Web worm, one of the first search engines. Although these ideas were in germinal form, each would later become a ubiquitous technology. The dinner also featured the inaugural induction ceremony to the World Wide Web Hall of Fame. 6 of us were inaugurated, including Mark Andreessen and myself. The following day featured a panel discussion on the future of the web, standing room only. As the web's inventor, I was asked to deliver the wrap-up speech. In the weeks leading up to the conference, I had begun to consider some of the web's emergent properties which only became apparent at scale. The web was growing at an exponential rate, the classic hockey stick graph. To really see what was happening, you had to plot the web on a log-scale chart, with each interval on the y-axis representing 10 times growth. Only when you did this could you see adoption moving in a straight line. The 1,000th person who joined the web was doing so for a different reason from the 100,000th person, and the billionth person who joined the web would do so for a different reason from the 100,000th. But as the web grew, I was coming to understand that each individual web user was only a part of the picture. Equally important were the unexpected and organic links that brought the entire network together. In my speech, I outlined these properties. The dictionary defines words only in terms of other words. What matters is not the words themselves, which are a collection of mostly arbitrary sounds, but the relationships between one word to the next. It is a common view in computer science to define the world in terms of information, but a single piece of information is meaningless. In an extreme view, the world can be seen only as connections between information. This resembles the neurons in the brain, but the brain has no knowledge until connections are made between the neurons. During this speech at CERN, I also talked about the differences between documents and data. People understand documents. Computers understand data. Documents can contain all kinds of information, often described in natural language, and a person can understand how those items relate to one another. But unless those documents are expressed in terms of data, a computer cannot do the same. Take a bank statement. On the one hand, you can download it as a spreadsheet from your bank. Your computer, via Microsoft Excel or Google Sheets, immediately understands what it is and how to read it. It just contains hard data. However, if you've just got a paper statement from your bank or even a scan of it, you have a document. Your computer doesn't see the data within, at least without further processing. By 1994, it was clear to me that we were moving away from just a web of documents towards a web that included data, well-defined relationships between well-defined things. I called this the semantic web. Semantics means the study of meaning. What I could see was that within all those documents online, there was an extraordinary amount of data that captured relationships between people, objects, places, and ideas. If we could somehow structure that data, we could then make it readable by computers. And from that step, I figured, we could make computers reason about these relationships in an intelligent way. It was a bold vision, in some ways bolder than the World Wide Web itself. The concept of the semantic web, and the ups and downs it experienced throughout the following decades, will crop up many times in this book. Around the time of the web conference, I'd been fielding a lot of calls from Al Wetzer of MIT. Al, who had previously been the CEO of Infocom, publisher of the legendary computer game Zork, worked under Michael Dertouzos at MIT. He was the point person for actually establishing W3C. Setting it up was easy. All Al had to do was take the membership contract for the X consortium and change every instance of X to www. At the same time, I hoped to open a second office of the consortium somewhere in Europe. It was important to me that the web be a global institution, rather than one controlled exclusively by Americans, as so often happens in tech. To my great surprise, Michael not only agreed to this idea, he absolutely loved it. I suspect he was influenced by his dual citizenship of the US and Greece. So even as I sought space at MIT, I simultaneously was developing a second office for W3C at the National Institute for Research in Digital Science and Technology, INRIA, in Rocancourt and Sophia Antipoli, France. The French computer scientist Jean-François Abramatique managed that side of things. He became a good friend and later the W3C chair. A month after the WWW1 conference, Ben was born, and Nancy and I began preparing for our annual vacation to New Hampshire so that her parents could see the new baby. In early July, Al called me in a state of excitement. He'd got the go-ahead from MIT. The Institute was prepared to hire me as a full-time staff member and allocate space and funding for W3C. The holiday turned into a transatlantic move. We took a dozen or more boxes and suitcases with a caravan of friends' cars to get us to the airport. The rest of our belongings could follow in due course. We settled on a start date of the 1st of September. Al had called again on Bastille Day, the 14th of July, to go over more details. I half listened to him as the fireworks went off around me. This was one of those calls that bridges totally different things, totally different cultures, totally different places, the past and the future. I was saying goodbye to CERN, goodbye to Europe. In the distance from my house, across a grazing field for livestock, with the fireworks behind me, one could make out the darkened outline of Mont Blanc. I would maintain a foothold in France through INRIA, but the centre of mass of the web was shifting towards the other side of the Atlantic.
I have another favor to ask of you. My initial study of the essence you collected shows that it might be possible to freeze dragon whelp eggs and preserve them. I want to test this theory, but first I need specially made engineering components. My colleague, Felnuck Steelspring, can make them. Here, take this letter to Felnuck. It tells him what I need. You'll find Felnuck in Winterspring, in the town of Everlook.
Well, I doubt anybody's interested, but I also have the ebook of this, of course. Anytime I like a book, I get as many formats as I can. PDF, ebook, a-book, audiobook, mind-reading book.
Chapter 6. The Wave. Around this time, I got a little chubby. I was flying around a lot, often jet-lagged, had a new baby, was working constantly, and eating too much nice food. My windsurfing hobby didn't follow me to the North Atlantic coast. Boston also offered fewer mountains than Geneva. However, it was a great place for fitness, so in 1995, as I approached the age of 40, I took up running. Now, there are two types of runners, cats and dogs. Cats have set running routes with little deviation, and they focus on performance and consistency. Dogs run off into the woods without a plan, in search of whatever they find interesting at that moment. It will not surprise you to learn that I am a dog. Rarely do I return from a run without my shoes covered in mud. Running provides me with a way to keep fit, but it also gives me a swift way to cover new territory. When I arrive in a new city, one of the first things I will always do is go for a run. I almost never have a set route. Instead, I follow what I perceive to be the natural flow of pedestrian traffic. Typically, this will bring me to a river, as most cities, historically, organized themselves around rivers, which are natural engines of industry and trade. The best way to understand a new city quickly is to understand its waterways. I've run along the Thames, the Elbe, the Spree, the Guadalquivir, and the Seine. In Boston, I got to know the city via the Charles, which runs past MIT and the West End to the harbour. The landmarks remain fixed, but the rivers themselves are turbulent networks of change. As Heraclitus observed, you can never step in the same river twice. One of my goals with W3C was to bring together a broad variety of perspectives to recreate the Medici effect I'd benefited from at CERN. The objective was to have corporations, small businesses, non-profits, educational institutions and governments all at the same table. We offered 2 membership tiers, $50,000 a year for large corporate members and $5,000 for everyone else.
So you slew that villain Krush. Well done, adventurer. Well done. His death will defang those cursed warg riders. In fact, I hope you took a few of them out during your foray into Zethgor. Here's your reward. You earned every piece of it.
Within the consortium, both tiers were treated the same. This organizational design was very purposeful. Obviously, W3C needed money to function, but I felt it vitally important that this objective take a firm second place to humanistic values. By the mid-1990s, it was obvious to some that fortunes were going to be made on the web.
We were shot down by the Burning Legion, even though we waved a flag of truce. Who knew the Burning Legion was so mean? We cannot come with you to Spinebreaker Post. We need to repair our Zeppelin and be on our way.
I'm starving. There's irony in that, wouldn't you say? A starving cook?
Legacy laughs half-heartedly and taps a folded piece of parchment he has in his pocket.
According to this tourist map we were following, before we were so rudely shot down, there's an area to the southwest near Terrakar Forest. It's called the Razorthorn Trail, and supposedly it's brimming with delicious Ravager eggs. I could cook up quite a feast if only someone were brave enough to go down there and get me some.
In the event of an emergency, it's always the pilot's job to keep a level head, especially when the only orders your co-pilot follows come from his stomach. The good news is that we won't need to wait days for replacement parts to be imported. The bad news is that the spare parts got scattered from here to the Valley of Bones to the east. The other bad news, the spare parts aren't so spare. They fell off during our rapid descent. Could you help me collect enough to get us off the ground again? Some of this is in pretty bad shape, but there should be enough to work with here. With some creative engineering, I'm confident I can make it work. Even if I can get the Zeppelin's frame repaired, I'll have to find something else to power the engine. I'm all out of fuel, and there's no place to fill up around here. To the south of us is an area of broken land called the Warp Fields. It's full of rogue and uncontrolled Voidwalkers, but I like to think of them as walking batteries. If you can bring me enough of their essence, I can convert the Zeppelin's engine to run on it. 5 gold says I'll even get better mileage out of it, too.
What was perhaps more obvious to me than to others was that the profit motive and possible monopolies might corrupt what I was trying to build. My feeling was that the most
Can you say that again, Tim?
Than to others was that the profit motive and possible monopolies might corrupt what I was trying to build.
Yeah.
My feeling was that the most meager non-profit should have as much of a platform as the largest corporation. It was just so vital that the technology directed users towards humanistic rather than material concerns.
Yeah.
The management structure of W3C was initially simple. I was the director, a lifetime appointment. Al Vetzer was the first chairman. I drafted the technical agenda and he recruited new members. The members would, it was hoped, through online discussion and annual in-person conferences, reach a rough consensus about emerging technical standards. W3C would then publish working drafts for these standards, which would go through a few rounds of editing before becoming the official standard that we would endorse. There were some within the consortium who thought this method was too slow for the rapidly evolving technology of the web, but from my perspective it was the only way to avoid fragmentation. And it worked. Even today, everyone on the web uses the same HTTP protocols and HTML standards that W3C endorses. Even some of the very powerful players that would later emerge, Apple, Microsoft, Google, still adhere to these standards of interoperability. It's remarkable to me that in a world driven by profit, both the web and the internet still survive via this collaborative model. I achieved success at W3C by listening. I wanted the consortium to function, and my belief was that these institutions could find among themselves the ideal mutual solutions. Now, there were a great many technical arguments along the way, similar to the arguments with my opponents at the IETF that I'd rehearsed in the shower in San Diego. As director, I reserved the final say. If there was an argument that absolutely could not be resolved through working group discussion, I had the power to make a unilateral decision. But in the nearly 3 decades I served as director of W3C, I only used this power a couple of times. The consortium operated through regular meetings, first at MIT and later throughout the world. Typically, hundreds of people would attend, beginning with an all-hands symposium, then proceeding into working group discussions. I soon recognized that we would need a third W3C host to manage the burgeoning interest in the web from Asia. Since 1996, Keio University in Tokyo, Japan, has been our gracious host. And in 2013, Beihang University in Beijing, China, became the 4th W3C host. By establishing ourselves in academic settings, we were best positioned to provide a neutral ground for competing interests. We soon had more than 100 paying participants in the consortium, which provided enough revenue to hire a small but extremely talented staff. We also received early financial support from DARPA, the US Department of Defense's research arm, which also funded research at MIT, and the European Commission. Always in the background, and sometimes in the foreground, was Michael Dertouzos, the head of MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science. Michael was a great mentor for me. With his loud voice and expressive Greek personality, he would always dominate the room. I thought of him almost like an admiral, a commander. A natural salesman, he was always pushing for greater attention and resources for the MIT lab. Researchers at MIT sometimes resented his salesmanship, but you had to admit he was great at fundraising. He used to wear a T-shirt that read, "World's Greatest Guano Harvester," a reference for his talent for bringing in the money. Money to Michael was a necessary evil. He lived very big and would always park his new BMW.
Guano harvester? Bullcrap artist?
You had to admit he was great at fundraising. He used to wear a T-shirt that read, "World's Greatest Guano Harvester," a reference for his talent for bringing in the money. Money to Michael was a necessary evil. He lived very big and would always park his new BMW outside the lab. When he drove down to the Hilton, he would leave his car right outside the hotel and leave a giant tip for the valet. He liked fine dining. He liked to fly first class. I didn't adopt these habits, but I did learn from Michael the importance of earning one's keep. MIT salaries were paltry compared to what most of us could have earned in industry, so he pushed all of us researchers to supplement our income with money from the lecture circuit. As the years progressed, he even organized speaking tours for the MIT faculty, knowing that otherwise academia would never pay enough to keep them. Michael taught us not to use slides in our presentations. "Never use slides," he said. "It is you they want to see. If you feel you need your slides as a reminder, here is an experiment. Just imagine slide 3. If I gave you the title of the slide, you'd know you'd be able to talk about it. So just go in with a list of the titles of the slides." The next time I gave a talk, in Paris, I just wrote down the titles of 10 of my slides on the little Psion personal digital assistant I carried everywhere. The talk was a success. 10 lines, that's all. That's how to do it, I thought to myself. Once the web took off, I began to receive hundreds of requests for paid lectures a year. I decided I would do no more than 12 annually. Michael, in addition to being a mentor, became a protector for me as well, helping me transition to a more global sort of life. I began to travel with him frequently, and we always had entertaining conversations on the plane. Early on, we had to select an internal computing platform for W3C. Following poor sales, Steve Jobs' Next hardware had been discontinued in 1993. The company had then licensed its Next operating system for use with generic computing equipment. So, not wanting to switch environments, I ran Next OS on a Hewlett-Packard workstation. Later, we switched to Microsoft Exchange Server so that we could be using the same system as the majority of the world. People were encouraged officially to use Windows, but the system team wasn't impressed. The joke was, if you left your laptop with them for a moment, it would end up being converted to Unix. The final straw for me was when the Exchange tools just kept hanging and not letting me know what was going on, like a web browser would. In the end, there was a rebellion, and we all switched to using Unix and the web. One early hire at W3C was Håkon Lie, a Norwegian programmer I'd previously worked with at CERN. Håkon was a quirky, delightful guy who kept an inflatable reproduction of the figure from Edvard Munch's The Scream in his office. Håkon had done a master's degree at the MIT Media Lab, then a PhD while on the team at CERN. He had designed a specific language for specifying the style of a document, called Cascading Style Sheets, CSS, which became a core pillar of web technology in the years to come. One way to think about style sheets is that the words in this book are the content, while the fonts, the colours and the spacing are the style. Of course, for a web page there are far more varied types of content and much cooler ways of displaying them. Håkon's solution was to establish a cascade of rules that assigned priority to competing formatting specifications. The writer might input everything in a tasteful, small grey-on-grey font for a paragraph, but the reader needs to force the browser to make it a large black-on-white font to actually be readable. So the styling of a document is a battlefield for Ted Nelson's gods of literature, the reader and the writer. We needed a test bed for CSS, so we used Dave Raggett's magazine-like Arena browser. Experimenting in this design playground, Håkon, along with fellow W3C programmer Bert Boss, transformed the web into something more elegant and beautiful. With CSS turned off, a web page is just a series of parts, like paragraphs, headings and navigational links, all down the page with no control over their relative position. Everything is black text on a white background. With CSS turned on, the paragraphs may be moved into columns, the navigation links moved into panels at the top and bottom. Beautiful fonts can be chosen for everything. Empty space can be used to good effect.
This is perfect. In fact, I think it's going to work so well, I might just have to redesign the engine to take advantage of all this extra power. When we get out of here, I'll have to show my design to everyone back at Area 52.
In order to have great cuisine, you need to have great ingredients. And these eggs look great. I've just finished cleaning off my frying pan, so you're more than welcome to join me for a meal. Those eggs are superb, but what do you say we kick it up another notch? A side of bacon would round out the meal perfectly, and I know just where to get it. This place is littered with hellbores. Of course, there's no one here to inspect and tenderize the meat, but we're in luck.
Legacy rummages around in his pack and produces a flask.
This wasn't made for use on pork, but cooking is as much about improvisation as anything else. This looks edible, if spiced properly. Just don't tell Screed where his breakfast came from, okay? Screed likes to say his flying is as smooth as butter. I think Butterfingered is more like it. Take a look at the wreckage over there. He calls it a rough landing. Sure, we got shot at, but I'd be willing to cut him a little more slack if he didn't brag about his piloting skills so often. I think I'm going to make him a batch of wings to drive the point home. To the east, in the Valley of Bones, you'll find bone stripper buzzards. Their wings are plump, juicy, and perfect for my needs.
I need money, friend! Talk to me! Hurry back!
I have much knowledge to impress upon you, adventurer. You must learn to hunt with honor.
Yeah! Finally, I got deterrence. Wanting that. That saves my ass all the time. But I don't have a macro for deterrence? I thought I did. Oh well. I guess not. Let's see. Deterrence. There it is. Yeah. Alright. What else? There's a shitload fucking abilities here. So trank shot. I'm trying to remember what the fuck I had that bound to. Now normally, yeah, I don't know what the fuck I had that set to before. But normally, Hunter's got trank shot from one of the bosses in Molten Core, I believe. I believe it was Lucifron, wasn't it? Be right back. You know, I'm thinking of just grabbing a group right now and just trying to do Molten Core as it is. Or something. Let me get these on the auction house first. My bags are goddamn full.
And a color palette applied. Chaos is given order, and content is given form. Hakon was far ahead of his time with CSS. It ended up being a cornerstone technology of the web, and when mobile devices later arrived...
Oh god. You know, everybody used CSS on fucking GeoCities. A shitload of people.
Hakon was far ahead of his time with CSS. It ended up being a cornerstone technology of the web, and when mobile devices later arrived, CSS made the transition smooth. Inevitably, Hakon was a man of many interests, and we couldn't keep him forever. In 1998, he left W3C to work for the Opera browser startup. Later, inspired by Thor Heyerdahl, he sailed across the Pacific Ocean in a raft. Then he got into orchard keeping, and in 2017 won the coveted award for Norway's best apple juice. W3C published the first CSS standard in 1996 and has maintained and updated it ever since. Hakon's work developed new technical ideas and delivered them to the broadest possible range of end users. Of course, not every standard W3C publishes sees such widespread adoption. As Hakon was developing CSS, the consortium put quite a lot of effort into developing another standard for Virtual Reality Markup Language, or VRML. Many of us, myself included, were absolutely convinced that the web was about to go 3D and that people would soon navigate the web not by clicking on links, but by moving through doors in virtual rooms. The 1993 computer game Myst had elegantly implemented this concept, though it limited your movement to whatever was on the CD-ROM. Many of us envisioned a conceptual leap to 3D navigation where you just moved from one computer to the next via these virtual doors, just as you did by clicking on a link in hypertext. We put VRML in production in 1994 to encourage people to start building these virtual worlds. Well, it's 30 years later and virtual reality is still just around the corner. It's possible we were simply too early. The Second Life virtual world was later a sensation, and Mark Zuckerberg has since attempted to implement a similar concept with headsets in his metaverse. I still think it might happen someday. Recently, we were invited to a design studio in Hammersmith, London, and strapped into a virtual reality headset. As the headset went live, the room I was standing in disappeared, and I found myself standing on the surface of Mars. The realism of the simulation was breathtaking, as were some of the 3D movie clips we saw. We also tried a collaborative work mode, where I could see all the people present in the meeting in the virtual room, as well as a dinosaur that showed up for fun. I hold out hope that someday your computer will permit you to walk through a door and deliver you to an alien world, and also, closer to home, to speak with remote loved ones as if they are right there. The world that witnessed the birth of the web was a more optimistic place than today. The collapse of the Soviet Union, the end of apartheid in South Africa, and the liberalization of the Chinese economy all occurred in just a few years. Democracy was the ascendant political mode, and the globalization of the economy established trade networks across the planet. The 1990s were underway. The web was the signature technology of this happy time. It generated an extraordinary amount of enthusiasm among first-time users and received almost universally positive press coverage. The roar of a dial-up modem connecting to an internet service provider became the sonic trademark of the early web experience.
Well, he just mentioned the sound of a modem, and it looks like a bot in this World of Warcraft here basically almost just made that same fucking sound.
People would recognize the initial gentle warbling of the 300 bits a second modem, but I preferred the...
Why can't anybody pronounce modem? Why do they keep calling it modem? They did that in a couple audiobooks already. It's fucking bugging me. It's never called a modem. It's called a modem. Jesus.
Harsher, fierce noise when it switched up to 19,200, as it meant content was going to be delivered much faster. People initially talked of cruising the web, until Jean Armour Polly, a librarian in upstate New York, wrote an article in the local newspaper encouraging young people to visit the public library to surf the web on the new Apple computer the town had purchased. The phrase stuck. Early web culture was so delightful.
Yeah.
All sorts of people started to come online. Internet forums, previously hosted on newsgroup or bulletin board service, BBS, nodes, migrated to the web. The experience of hand-coding one's own personal web page in raw HTML and CSS became a rite of passage for a new generation. The aesthetic of the time was clumsy but whimsical. Content was static, with none of the interactive features a modern user would expect.
Oh, that's true, and that's one of the things that really bugs me. Content was static on the early web. And that was important because when you loaded a website, you can search any word on the entire page. But that's not the case anymore, and I'll tell you why. If you go to Twitter or even archive.org, as you scroll down, the shit above disappears. So if there's a word on the very top of the page, like Microsoft or something, and as you scroll down, that top shit disappears from memory. So if you scroll down just a little bit and you type in Microsoft, Control F, and you type in Microsoft to search that word, it will not show up in your browser. That is so fucking annoying, dude. I prefer static pages because I can fucking search things I'm looking for. God damn it. It's such a clumsy goddamn mess, the way they fucking make that shit disappear as you scroll down. Thanks a lot, cell phones. Ruined another thing.
Generation. The aesthetic of the time was clumsy but whimsical. Content was static, with none of the interactive features a modern user would expect. Data speeds were slow, limiting multimedia opportunities. Video, in particular, was almost impossible. Instead, people used GIFs, which had limited support for simple frame-by-frame animation. Early web page authors could be quite creative. When they worried that you would not notice their links, they would add little embedded images of physical buttons sticking out of the page in relief. This skeuomorphic approach helped web readers get over the difference between normal text and hypertext. The button would say, "Click here for more info," rather than just "more info." Today, we tend to use a much more minimalist approach with just ... in a slightly lighter shade of grey to indicate "click here for more info." But there were lots of buttons to press. These were embedded in HTML along with various widgets, which introduced primitive interactive functionality. Many sites had counters tallying how many visitors had clicked through, and some had guest books for visitors to sign. Often, web pages would join web rings, circularly organized around a particular topic. Clicking forward or backward on the navigation bar brought you to the next site in the ring. Since no one ever really finished designing their site, the phrase "under construction" was common, displayed against yellow and black diagonal stripes and flanked by animated GIFs of flashing warning lights. There was a diffuse, decentralized structure to the early web, which I very much enjoyed. As there was no YouTube or Facebook sucking up the majority of the traffic, every site had a shot at the big time. For example, in 1996, Craig Newmark, a computer programmer living in San Francisco, started a web-based mailing list of local events called craiglist.org. He soon expanded the site to include apartment listings, personals, discussion forums, and a for sale section. Craig's List was a massive viral hit and expanded to cities all over the world. Even today, it maintains its popularity and its early web aesthetic. You needed a host server to run your web page, which was challenging for the non-technical person to maintain. GeoCities, an early provider of web hosting services,
There's my GeoCities.
To run your web page, which was challenging for the non-technical person to maintain. GeoCities, an early provider of web hosting services, organized neighborhoods with online homesteads that permitted users to create their own pages with 2 megabytes of storage. Site designs favored loud, expressive backgrounds, garishly colored fonts, often Comic Sans or Papyrus, and eye-straining animations. The site proved massively popular, and by 1999, GeoCities was the 3rd most visited site on the web, behind AOL and Yahoo. Those were the days. My invention began to bring me all sorts of unexpected accolades. In 1996, I won a MacArthur Fellowship, sometimes known as a Genius Grant. That was pushing things a bit, I thought, but I certainly appreciated the money. In 1998, Time magazine made a list of the 100 most influential people of the 20th century. My name was the most recent on the list. The most meaningful response I received, though, was from average users. People loved the web so much. They were just delighted. What was so good about that time? The fact that anyone could not only make a website but did, and the fact that most of the web traffic went to all kinds of individual sites. Small and medium sites dominated. Researchers call this a scale-free network, or a fractal one. With a fractal, as you zoom in or out, you find a similar pattern at any scale. You may recall the computer renderings of the infinitely recursive Mandelbrot that became a craze at one point. In the late 1990s, the physicist Albert Laszlo Barabasi proposed that the web, at that time, had a fractal nature. For example, if you were to look at sites related to gardening, you would find a cluster of smaller amateur sites connected by spindles to a few more professionalized hub sites. Zoom out from the gardening hubs and you'd see the pattern repeated, with the entire gardening cluster connected by spindles to more popular general hobbyist sites. Zoom out again and you'd see the pattern repeated across the entire web. This organic, emergent structure of the early web was a fragile thing of beauty, and I was greatly impressed by it. Unfortunately, it doesn't much resemble the web of today.
Yeah.
In Geneva, I'd been roped into singing in the chorus for the musical Oklahoma with the Geneva Amateur Operatic Society, GAOS, and had loved it. Soon I was doing all sorts of things with GAOS. We did a really British
GAOS.
Christmas pantomime for those expat Brits who wanted to show their kids the strange and wonderful aspects of panto without flying them to the UK. I played the Dame in Peter Pan, a production in which we had 6 people flying to Neverland with harnesses and ropes hauled by strong castmates. I was the music man's sidekick, abetting a con man ripping off the townspeople of Gary, Indiana. We also sang a bunch of things in straight 4-part harmony, where a not very musical tenor could pick up the notes from the much more musical tenors and hear his voice blend with the other voices to form the whole. I find music relaxing. When I'm stuck on a technical problem, I will often gravitate to the piano to improvise. I was very lucky that my music class at Emmanuel School had been taught by the inimitable Mr. Strover. He got us singing, I remember the children's cantata, the Daniel Jazz, and he explained harmony as Mr. Strover's gearbox. His gearbox diagram was always on the classroom wall. It was a set of overlapping three-letter gears, each representing a simple three-note chord. You could start in the C-E-G slot, playing the C major chord, then connect that gear via the G major chord in the G-B-D slot above it. This in turn connected to the higher D major gear of D F sharp A. Mr. Strover got us to hear what it was like to move up a gear and down a gear, and he pointed out that a lot of songs just stayed in 3 gears, including much of the pop music repertoire. Thank you, Mr. Strover, for your gearbox. Looking to find a community that might offer a second home for my children, in 1995 I began attending the First Parish Church in Lexington, Massachusetts. First Parish was a Unitarian Universalist church, meaning that not only was my atheism tolerated, but that I was actually encouraged to share this perspective. The chapel was a beautiful old white clapboard structure with a towering steeple. During the American Revolution, its predecessor had sheltered a detachment of Minutemen. My whole family attended, and soon I was singing in Benjamin Britten's Ceremony of Carols, which the church was staging for Christmas that year. This made the transition from Europe to Boston much easier than it might otherwise have been. What I found at First Parish was a beloved and generous community of people bound, if not by faith exactly, then by something, who were there to help, through thick and thin. About the time I arrived in New England, a former financial analyst named Jeff Bezos was driving cross-country from New York to Seattle with his wife Mackenzie. Along the way, the two discussed potentially lucrative web businesses, settling ultimately on a retail bookseller called Amazon. Meanwhile, Mark Andreessen, following graduation from the University of Illinois, departed the cornfields for Silicon Valley. Much of his team from the NCSA followed, and with the support of Silicon Graphics founder Jim Clark, they began to build a follow-up browser to Mosaic called Netscape Navigator. Simultaneously, in late 1994, Bill Gates acquired Spyglass, a small spin-off from the NCSA, with the intention of extending the platform dominance of Windows with a browser of his own. So capitalism had discovered the web. I had seen this coming, and in fact had encouraged CERN's vendors to sell their products via websites from the beginning. What I was not quite prepared for was the frenzy that broke out. Netscape Navigator launched in late 1994 and began to seize market share from its ancestor Mosaic. By mid-1995, it was the leading browser on the market. Netscape Communications held its initial public offering in August 1995. The sale was massively oversubscribed, and the stock skyrocketed in secondary trading. This surprised a lot of people, including me, since Netscape did not have an obvious way to make money. At this stage, the web did not have a way to collect payments. While I very much encourage people to use the web for business, I did not and do not want the technical infrastructure of the web itself to be a dominant monopoly business.
Yeah.
But at Netscape, Mark Andreessen had a different philosophy. Netscape Navigator was free to download, and while in theory Netscape could have charged to use it, in practice I doubted people were going to pay when there were so many free alternative browsers on the market. Instead, Netscape...
You would think so. YouTube Revanced is free to download, yet people pay for YouTube Premium. What a bunch of idiots. YouTube Revanced is free. It's free to block ads. But people pay money. What a bunch of retards. They didn't used to be this fucking dumb.
Introduced several new browser features, including, most controversially, the cookie, a small block of data about a user's online behavior that a web server could store on a user's computer. Cookies were a necessary feature. Without them, you'd have to enter your password every time you visited a website. But Netscape's cookies ended up like a kind of Trojan horse, invading users' privacy and tracking them all over the web. This would create a lot of problems later on. Competition in the browser space intensified a couple of weeks later, when Microsoft rolled out its Internet Explorer software. Most people call this the first browser war. From my perspective, it was the second. Viola versus Mosaic was the first. Behind the scenes at W3C, Netscape and Microsoft launched into a series of distressing technical squabbles. Carl Cargill, Netscape's representative, was cynical and political and highly intelligent. At W3C, we had initially adopted the motto first coined by Internet pioneer David Clarke. We reject kings, presidents, and voting. We believe in rough consensus and running code. In fact, for many years, the IETF employed something called humming consensus. You could gauge the popularity of a technical proposal by the number of engineers in the room vibrating their lips at the same frequency. Unfortunately, getting corporate rivals like Microsoft and Netscape to hum the same tune was impossible. The two were pretending to fight about engineering, but implicitly they were fighting over their business models. With Cargill's help, we instituted a less vibrational, more process-oriented approach to standards development. I admit this slowed things down, but it also ensured that no one would storm off from the negotiating table. Cargill was a skilled operator. I still remember a photograph of him and the Microsoft rep with their arms around each other's shoulders. But even as they were pretending to be nice at W3C, the companies were locked in a death struggle in the marketplace. Both began to introduce browser-specific HTML features outside of the consortium.
Yep.
This led to web developers adding the best viewed on Netscape or best viewed on Explorer labels to their sites. Again, the threat of fragmentation. The worst-case scenario, for users at least, was that one of these standards would suffocate the other, leaving the winner with the monopolistic ability to charge fees to access new features on the web.
Yep, they were trying.
The Microsoft-Netscape battle also spilled over into the burgeoning field of web applications. These are the devices that make the web interactive, permitting you to fill out forms, watch videos, draw, make music, play interactive games, or anything else you can imagine. Microsoft and Netscape had developed incompatible application scripting languages called JScript and JavaScript, respectively. They were confusing enough to tell apart on their own, but more confusingly still, neither had anything to do with Java, a third and much more powerful general-purpose programming language developed by Sun Microsystems. Eventually, JavaScript emerged as the common standard. Today it is called ECMAScript and is under the control of the European Computer Manufacturers Association. Meanwhile, web apps have become a dominant force, with many apps written only for the web, and others written first for the web and then ported to mobile systems like iPhone and Android. W3C has rapidly rolled out new features so that the web platform can compete with native apps on the phones. My preferred solution, of course, was that neither of these sides would win. I began pressing developers to come up with competing browsers, ones less enthralled to shareholders. In 1995, Guido van Rossum introduced Grail, a browser that would let you run applications within itself using his Python language. I met with Guido and encouraged him to develop Grail into a real contender, but in exchange he wanted me to start pushing Python inside W3C. I didn't feel I could justify endorsing a programming language which, at that time, fewer than 1% of software developers had ever used. A mistake, as it turns out. Today, Python is the most popular programming language in the world. The good news is that through W3C we were able to bring both these sides to the table, preventing a blue text, green text standards war from erupting. Microsoft and Netscape soon realized they were not going to make money off the browser directly. Instead, they pivoted to the portal market. This was the regularly updated landing page you were directed to when you first opened the browser. Mosaic's What's New page and Yahoo's A Guide to WWW list were early examples. These portals didn't charge for access, but they certainly got a lot of eyeballs, and that in turn lent itself to a huge opportunity for web entrepreneurs. Advertising. A new era had begun.
Oh. Thankfully, you can block ads on the internet. Fucking bullshit. The inventor of the World Wide Web is on my side about this. I've been trying to tell cell phone people, but they don't listen to me. I guess maybe they won't listen to the fucking inventor of the World Wide Web either.
Huge opportunity for web entrepreneurs. Advertising. A new era had begun. When the tech publisher O'Reilly served the first clickable advertisement in 1993, it was essentially just a button. In 1995, though, a startup called DoubleClick revolutionized web advertising by serving ads through a third-party distribution network. If you had a popular web page, you could allocate some of the space on it to DoubleClick, who would serve a variety of constantly refreshed banner ads to your viewers. The two of you would then split revenue. For marketers, web advertising offered a radical upgrade over print. The famous saying about advertising was attributed to the marketing executive John Wanamaker. "Half the money I spend on advertising is wasted. The trouble is, I don't know which half." But DoubleClick could track click-through rates, allowing marketers to target potential customers with greater precision than ever before. The dynamic nature of the web meant advertisers could also make changes to campaigns on the fly. One thing the marketers quickly discovered was that ugly ads worked better than well-designed ones. By 1996, the web was awash in garish advertising, much of it distracting, misleading, or just better than well-designed ones. By 1996, the web was awash in garish advertising, much of it distracting, misleading, or just outright hideous. Many of the ads tried to trick you into clicking on them by simulating interactivity or advising you that your computer had a virus.
Yeah.
The worst were pop-up ads, which hijacked the pop-up function of HTML to clutter your screen with small, annoying windows. Of course, mainstream publishers couldn't ignore the potential revenue from online advertising, and soon there was a rush among legacy news organizations to put their content on the web.
Yeah, and guess what? We fucking rejected it, and we've been fighting ever since.
In 1996, the New York Times began posting the text of its newspaper online for the first time. Few understood it at the time, but simple sites like this were planting the seeds for a society-wide shift from paper to digital. From the day the Times site appeared, the newspaper printing press began to go obsolete. Although there was never quite a stop the presses moment. The transition was as gradual as it was inevitable, and it would take some time before media executives and journalists understood what was happening. From my time at DG Nash, the printer company I'd worked at, I had always felt a fondness for print, not just the medium itself, but the actual mechanics of it. At my house in Massachusetts, I lived across the road from a classic New England printing press, located in a little industrial area next to the old rail yards. The press ran all sorts of things, although its bread and butter was printing the data sheets for the nearby defense contractor Raytheon. Of course, when the web exploded, the data sheets moved online, and the bottom fell out of that business. Soon the clackety-clack of the printing press went silent. Another machine absorbed by the computer. Actually, a lot of business models were made obsolete by the web. Because the technology moved slowly and looked a bit amateurish at the beginning, many established firms ignored it. But web technology rapidly improved along new dimensions of functionality and overtook the incumbents. I'm not sure what the first major business line to be disrupted by the web was. Perhaps it was the travel agencies. Expedia, founded in 1996, and Priceline, founded in 1997, offered web users the ability to book flights and hotels directly from their computers. This was a faster and far more efficient process, and many travel agents were soon out of work. Expensive stock brokerages were outcompeted by low-cost trading platforms like E-Trade. Many booksellers and mail catalogues fell victim to Amazon, and soon all of bricks-and-mortar retail was under threat. The spread of MP3s, first through websites and later through Napster, soon all of bricks-and-mortar retail was under threat.
MP3s.
The spread of MP3s, first through websites and later through Napster, foretold the end of many music retailers. While the web created a massive productivity boost in aggregate, the job losses caused by disruptive web businesses could sometimes be disconcerting. I've certainly met a lot of bookstore and music shop workers who resented seeing their customers defect to online stores. And with AI, I hear echoes of this debate today, not from booksellers and music shop vendors, but from book authors and musicians. Still, it seems that the mega chains had it the worst. Retailers like Tower Records and Borders are gone, but many local record stores and independent booksellers continue to function. People are nostalgic now, but the megastores were not always so beloved. In the 1998 web-based rom-com You've Got Mail, the bad guy isn't Amazon, but a large bricks-and-mortar book-selling chain. So in some cases, the web may have given the indies room to compete. I feel it's always good to support small businesses, having grown up near a neighbourhood high street full of real shops. Other stuff was appearing on the web as well, and not all of it was pleasant. Pornography had flooded Usenet since the 1980s, and certainly predated anything I was doing, but the web gave the adult content merchants a new platform. Starting around this time, people would approach me to complain about all the horrible stuff they had found surfing the web. My response to them was not to look at that horrible stuff.
Yeah!
There was no...
See? I've been trying to fucking explain that to people. Don't go there. Stop trying to report everything, you idiots.
Complain about all the horrible stuff they had found surfing the web. My response to them was not to look at that horrible stuff. There was no technical mechanism on the web that forced people to look at content they found distasteful.
Huh.
If you were looking at something you didn't like, it was because you navigated there. Punch something terrible into a search engine, and you would probably get something terrible in return. I encouraged users not to do this, and instead to nurture their bookmarks and to share good things with others via chat or email. That was how I felt at the time, at least. Things are different in 2025, as social networks like X employ deceptive algorithms which can feed you more and more horrible stuff. In fact, they thrive commercially off this. The mechanism doesn't involve direct force. You can always close X, but it is manipulative and coercive. I agree with the historian Yuval Noah Harari, who in his 2024 book Nexus suggested that when an algorithm specifically boosts something horrible, whoever's operating it should be held responsible.
Well, I don't know. I got that book Nexus, by the way. I haven't read it, but...
In the 1990s...
You don't have to go to those websites, though. Like he originally said, you don't have to use these piece of shit commercial websites.
The eternal battle between free speech and censorship was taken up by the US government to be held responsible. In the 1990s, the eternal battle between free speech and censorship was taken up by the US government. In early 1996, Congress passed the Telecommunications Act of 1996, a portion of which contained language prohibiting obscenity and indecency on the Internet.
Yeah.
The courts later struck this provision down, but in the interim it galvanized the nascent online civil liberties movement. A few days after the act passed, John Perry Barlow, the co-founder of the Electronic Frontier Foundation and an occasional lyricist for the Grateful Dead, published A Declaration of the Independence of Cyberspace.
Hello! I linked that to several people, especially cell phone people. I doubt they read it or listened to it or anything. Or, most importantly, I doubt they adhered to it.
Governments of the industrial world, you weary giants of flesh and steel, I come from cyberspace, the new home of mind. On behalf of the future, I ask you of the past to leave us alone. You are not welcome among us. You have no sovereignty where we gather. The declaration continued in similar language for 1,000 words or so and was widely disseminated on the web. I had mixed feelings about Barlow's manifesto. I liked the idea of the web as an emancipatory political force, but I always assumed and pointed out that anything illegal offline was also by default illegal online. In fact, the 1996 Telecommunications Act did something that seemed important to protect blogs. Section 230 contained a safe harbor clause that granted websites and online platforms limited immunity against being held legally responsible for what their users posted or shared.
It is very important. But Trump and some other fucking idiots want to get rid of that. Because they think that websites shouldn't ban people. And that websites should allow anybody to post essentially anything they want. And if you hold their websites responsible, the websites are just going to close or disable comments entirely. You idiots.
Later proved crucial.
Because they don't obviously want to get sued for your illegal posts or whatever.
In the development of social media, as it meant hosts couldn't be held liable for defamatory posts made by users. Of course, now, as social media polarize humanity's opinions, the idea that they should be immune is again subject to question. Implicit in Barlow's manifesto was the belief that connectivity was all that humanity needed to get along. I knew it was more complicated than that. Politics was not foremost in my mind when I created the web, but I did hope tools I'd built would be used to make connections beyond the standard geopolitical boundaries. By democratizing publishing and reducing the costs of distribution to almost zero, the web created a flat, open platform in which any voice could be heard. Now, just because any voice can be heard doesn't mean every voice should be listened to, and the web certainly enabled its fair share of demagogues and cranks. But it also enabled a great number of noble dissidents who have strived and continue to strive to make their voices heard against all manner of oppression. The web has not eliminated authoritarianism, but I believe it remains an unparalleled platform for speaking truth to power. Also implicit in Barlow's manifesto was the presumption of universal access. That part wasn't true at all. Internet infrastructure was not and is not free. You need an internet service provider of sorts, in addition to a computer with which to access it. And, because the internet turbocharges productivity, it can widen the divide between wealthy societies, for whom the internet is always on, and developing societies who have only limited access to it. This was one of the things I hoped to address with the web, in fact. I thought the internet needed a compact and efficient mechanism to enable delivery to even the most technologically meagre device. This would later become a key area of focus for W3C. The connectivity of the web accomplished something else I really hoped for. It allowed people to make connections across barriers of class, ethnicity, and culture. Language was a harder barrier to cross, although I'm optimistic about developments in instantaneous machine translation. My vision for the web was always that there might be someone in, say, Accra, with half a solution to a problem in their head, and someone in, say, Vancouver with the other half. I would call this group collaboration, this intercreativity, the web's core principle. Perhaps with a little compassion, it may yet lead to the resolution of global political problems. By 1996, there were approximately 45 million people using the Internet, and for most, the web was the primary point of access. Pre-existing protocols like email and FTP started to be absorbed into the browser, and new users often had trouble telling the web and the Internet apart.
Yeah, but now they fucking removed FTP from browsers, which I think is really dumb. FTP is still fucking useful.
Modem download speeds were still limited, but an exponentially increasing...
By the way, in case you don't know, this is Stephen Fry as the narrator of this book.
Amount of content was coming online, spread across at least 100,000 websites. To find things, you initially used online lists. Just as people love to make a great page on, say, cats, they also love to make a list of all the pages on cats. Just as it was great to find a new cat picture and put it on your page about cats, it felt great to discover a new web page on cats and add it to your list. That's just how people were. There were lists, of course. At CERN, we hosted the www Virtual Library, which was a top list of lists in each subject, and we delegated to www Virtual Librarians the task of maintaining lists about physics, biology, cats, whatever. So our virtual library was a delegated, hierarchically structured set of lists. But we needed a better way of finding information. Enter the search engine. Yahoo, AltaVista, Lycos, and Excite were among the many for-profit firms attempting to build a viable search engine in those early days. But search was a hard problem, so hard that it attracted some of the best minds in academic computer science. The preferred approach was to build a bot, sometimes called a spider or crawler, that moved from one web page to the next, indexing content and tallying how many times each term or phrase appeared.
Unbelievable. You have touched the void itself. Adventurer, you have saved my life's work. But there is more that must be done, and you can help me. We have to improve my warp rift generator. You must take it to Void Ridge. Head east of here. You must avoid the foul fort of Zethgor. To the east beyond Zethgor is a small pass through the mountains. Through this pass, you will find Void Ridge.
Better be good.
Skipping so much. All right.
The problem with this approach was that unscrupulous developers could hack the crawlers by hiding invisible text packed with keywords on...
Oh, you know who did that? Heaven's Gate. At the very bottom of their page, that cult website, Heaven's Gate, they had a whole bunch of tiny little words that were kind of hidden in the background and you couldn't see it unless you highlighted it with your mouse. The Heaven's Gate website is still up, by the way. The original fucking website. Last time I looked, like, I don't know, maybe less than a year ago. It's kind of weird that that original site is still up. I remember I heard on the news, like actual TV news, they said there was hidden messages on the website. So I immediately went there and I looked at the source code. And that's when I found, oh, it's just a fucking way to get more search views, dude. But they made it sound like it was so fucking mystical and fucking shady and things. You know, that was, again, at a point where nobody kind of fucking understood the internet and shit. So you hear people say really dumb things about it like that. Fucking just everything made them nervous because they were ignorant about it. Search engines. Just making some notes. I take a lot of bookmarks on books like this.
The page simply by matching the text and background colors. The search engines at the time indexed web pages just as you might index a library of books, simply record the words in each book. They were famously hopeless. People would ridicule the results you would get. And when authors started to manipulate them, they became even more hopeless. Why did the search engines not find the best pages? Because they didn't look at the lists. Or in general, they didn't look at the links connecting sites, only at the text of individual web pages. But in fact, humans looking for stuff would find lists and links, and they would follow those links to a web page. The problem was that these search engines didn't use the links at all. If you wanted to find a page on jaguars, for example, your best method might be to avoid web-crawling search engines altogether. You would start from lists you trusted to find lists of pages on animals, and then within those lists you would find a link to a page on jaguars. This would work because people carefully made and curated lists of links. Starting in 1997, Larry Page and Sergey Brin, two graduate students at Stanford, began experimenting with a different approach. Called PageRank, their search engine instead looked at the patterns that could be found in lists and the pages they pointed to, and from that structure worked out the pages that people making lists seemed to like. Find the pages that have the words Jaguar, sure, but then find a bunch of Jaguar-related lists and the web pages those lists point to in order to find consistent clusters of pages with the same lists pointing to the same pages.
It's not even like that anymore. It's not even close. It's so hard to find anything on Google anymore. It's such a piece of shit now. Like, you used to be able to search an album and find the MP3s for it right on Google. It's not really like that anymore. All that automated copyright shit, DMCA, and it just fucking blows.
In essence, the pages with the best links to them for a given term are likely to be the most salient.
Interesting. Hurry back.
Mathematically, finding all the lists and pages which point to each other in clusters is called a clustering algorithm. You find the eigenvectors of the matrix, and each one corresponds to a different meaning of the word jaguar. Eigenvectors are the way quantum mechanics stipulates which states an electron in an atom can be in. So for a physicist, the results of the search were the quantum states of the whole web of links, an ooh moment. This turned out to be a much better way than looking at how many times the word jaguar appeared. In fact, the algorithm could spot more than one independent cluster. One about Jaguars the animal, one about Jaguar cars, and one about the Jaguars sports team.
The corpse matches the description of Kroon Spinebreaker, Hellfire Citadel's assassin. As you turn the body over, you notice a stone axe protruding from his back.
I don't know why, dude. The fucking orcs just don't sound right, do they? Well, let me tell you what's going on, buddy. Come on, dude, that's not what an orc sounds like. Oh, God. All right.
Page rank uses techniques from linear algebra to determine the relevance of this particular page with reference to the broader web ecosystem.
I gotta pick up these quests, sorry. I don't care. If you want to listen to audiobook,
I've been fascinated.
If you want to listen to the audiobook, you better just download it. Because I'm listening as I'm gaming.
My husband, Aurelian, had been fascinated with the pools of Agonar ever since we arrived in Outland. He spent much of his time studying slimes, of all things. He went missing in there a few days ago. They say he's dead, and there's nothing I can do about it. One thing I can do is try to ensure that his research doesn't die with him. Go northeast to the pools and look for his journal. He always carried it inside a brown knapsack.
Uncorrupted Draenei, like this unlucky fellow here, are virtuous champions of the light. What corruption caused their great race to devolve into the broken and lost ones? I've heard a theory that exposure to fell energies is what caused the mutation. I would like to put that theory to the test. Northwest of here lie the ruins of Shana. There you will find lonely, broken, commanded by Illidari taskmasters. Bring me demonic essences from the taskmasters so that I can test them on this Draenei.
Northeast of here lie the pools of Agonar. Once a sacred site to the Draenei, their waters were corrupted after the blood from the demon Agonar was spilled into them. That blood, though old and diluted, still possesses tremendous power. Terrafiends now walk the area, empowered by the pure demonic energies of the original blood. Slay them and retrieve as much fell blood as you can. I'll make it worth your while.
Outland holds many secrets, adventurer. It's only a matter of time before we uncover them all. The half-bird, half-man species of the Arkoa possesses ancient arcane knowledge that would aid us greatly in our exploration of this world. Traveled to the Den of Halish, south of here. Obtain any magical scrolls that the Halishi might be carrying on them and bring them to me.
With the influx of pilgrims and the encroachment of Alliance forces, things around Falcon Watch have gotten quite busy lately. In my spare time, I usually help prepare batches of arrows for the Rangers, but I haven't had the chance to gather feathers for the fletching in a long time. I could offer you a bit of coin if you'd be willing to gather the tail feathers of the bone stripper vultures. In the past, I found them circling the bones of large beasts to the north of Falcon Watch.
Adventurer, put together a force to investigate the blood furnace inside Hellfire Citadel at once. And that means today, Princess. The magic we have at our disposal indicates that something unnatural is occurring in there.
Is that a
But
guy
something
talking?
more powerful inside is blocking any detailed arcane investigations.
The trans.
It figures. You can expect heavy resistance. No other mission that we've sent in there has yet to return. Scout it entirely, and then report back to the Force Commander with what you witness.
We're dangerously close to becoming fenced in by Alliance forces. With the influx of Cinderay pilgrims from Azeroth, we must establish a route that's safe from our enemies' prying eyes. I've given it some thought, and have arrived at a solution. We're to establish a secret path through the Great Fissure. Yes, even though the area is crawling with brutal rock flayers, they are merely beasts and can be taught to fear us. I want you to go and kill a good number of them. They shall learn fear. With the arrival of Field Commander Romus and his forces, the Alliance and their Draenei friends have grown bold. They're militarizing every old Draenei ruin, from here to Shatra. In response, the Trolls have established a new outpost in the eastern part of Zangarmarsh, just south of the Deadmire. Swamp Rat Post, they're calling it. I'm glad they have a sense of humor about living in a place like that, because I wouldn't relish it. The post's commander has asked me to send anyone I can spare.
Player bot add. Oh, it's child. There he is. Come on over here, buddy. Free for all? By the way, this build is extremely stable. I just restarted it yesterday, but it was up for like 5 straight days, no problem. And it didn't degrade or anything like that, so this build of Azeroth Core is really stable. There was a couple updates yesterday. In fact, I think a pretty big update, so I probably should update, but I made a snapshot of this computer yesterday, so I'm gonna wait. But it's always good to snapshot, just in case the update is a fuck up, because you don't know. Where the fuck? Fuck you.
I will never forget when I first learned of the page rank algorithm. I was immediately arrested by its simplicity and its beauty, just as I had been all those years before when I'd heard about the RSA's secure key algorithm at Windspit.
Oh, the other book that I'm reading about right now, Cryptography.
These two algorithms remain, to my mind, some of the most beautiful ever devised. The venture capitalist community saw the potential of PageRank at once, and it was soon rebranded as Google. Another academic problem, and one that we have never completely resolved, is the problem of broken hyperlinks. Projects like Xanadu envisioned a central registry of links, but that required a central overseer, which I did not want the web to have. Still, even early on, I began to recognize we had a problem. What happens when the page you have linked to stops being served? Without a duplicate registry of what was at that destination, the link is lost forever. In those early days, the web was growing exponentially, and as those interconnections grew, dead links became more and more of a problem. Today, it's estimated that some 60% of all links ever posted to the web lead to pages that aren't there.
Yeah.
This affects legal findings, academic citations, and all kinds of other information whose value is diminished by the lack of links. I am deeply indebted to the archivist Brewster Carla for providing an important tool in the fight against missing information.
Yep.
In 1996,
archive.org.
Deeply indebted to the archivist Brewster Carla for providing an important tool in the fight against missing information. In 1996, Brewster, along with Bruce Gilliatt, founded Alexa Internet, a for-profit firm that analyzed web traffic and offered rankings of the most popular pages. The name was a reference to the Library of Alexandria. Brewster realized that many of the web pages he was analyzing were short-lived. So in parallel, he founded a non-profit library called the Internet Archive. The archive managed a crawler that took regular snapshots whenever web pages were visited and stored these snapshots in a database. In 1999, Brewster sold Alexa Internet to Amazon for a reasonable sum. Amazon later also named its personal digital assistant Alexa, but the company claims this is a coincidence. Brewster turned his attention to managing the Internet Archive full-time, and in 2001 he opened his non-profit database, known as the Wayback Machine, to the public. Brewster has since branched out into archiving all sorts of information, including books, moving images, software, and old Usenet posts.
Yeah!
A considerable amount of what we know about the early...
And by the way, guess who just bought another rare version of Microsoft Encarta and is going to put it on archive.org? Me.
...web is due to his tireless work. Brewster was absolutely a pioneer. Back in the early 1990s, as the web was competing with Gopher, Brewster developed a third Internet networking protocol called Wide Area Information System, or WAIS. Like the web, WAIS used a client-server architecture. In fact, WAIS's motto was very similar to my own guidelines for the web. Everyone should be a publisher. Brewster and I had different design philosophies on how users should access the internet. He was more of a top-down structure guy who had partnered with large corporations including Apple and Dow Jones to make a front end that was more friendly to paid content distributors. His WAS system was more professional than the web and had some features the web didn't, including mechanisms for distributing royalties. Brewster tried to pivot WAS to make it the default search engine for web content, but by 1995 or so, it was clear that his system, like Gopher, was not going to survive. And yet so great was his passion for digital information that Brewster lost not a second before embracing a new platform. Inspired by a visit to Alta Vista's headquarters, he instead became the first web historian. Alta Vista, as part of their burgeoning web search efforts, had made an internal duplicate of the web as it existed at that time. The entire web, all the content, could fit on an array of storage devices about the size of a soda machine. History buffs will recall that the Library of Alexandria was eventually destroyed. Brewster, seeking to avoid a similar outcome for the Internet Archive, decided that this one backup at Alta Vista was not enough. He had to start making his own backup of.
But it looks like publishers in particular, that means like Penguin, Random House, all that shit, book publishers are trying really hard to get rid of the Internet Archive. And I think now music publishers, I think like the RIAA and crap, I think they're trying to get rid of the Internet Archive too. They can't stand that people can freely share their material. That's really hard to find these days, especially digitally. There's a lot of movies and music and shit that you can't even purchase, even if you wanted to, unless you like go to eBay maybe. But the Internet Archive has a lot of stuff.
The web. His first effort involved a mechanical device called a tape robot, which sorted racks of magnetic digital tape behind glass and retrieved the tapes with a robotic hand. CERN had similar tape robots at one point. The system took up about 2 terabytes of data and held roughly 30 million pages. Eventually, Brewster and his team made numerous physical backup copies of the web, but if you've ever used the Wayback Machine to search for early web content, that robotic hand played a role in bringing it to you. Sadly, there is no archive of WAS. Brewster saved my work from destruction, but not his own. Today, Brewster and I are good friends. We met for the first time sometime in the early 1990s, and it was obvious we had much in common. Brewster was intense, highly intelligent, and a little eccentric. I found him very relatable. I think of Tim as the statesman of the Internet, Brewster recently said of me. The biggest practical problem we faced was behind the scenes. Following the defection of Mark Andreessen's group, the NCSA in Illinois abandoned maintenance of the popular web server software that had been the counterpart to its Mosaic browser. This software was essential to keeping websites accessible and functioning smoothly. I wasn't maintaining the www server software I'd used to first host the website on my next box at CERN either. Instead, a coalition of open-source developers had taken it upon themselves to modernize and update the NCSA's web server kit through a series of regularly updated patches. Thus, the free, open-source Apache HTTP server project was born.
That was the first killer app. Apache web server. The first killer app of the Internet.
Regularly updated patches. Thus, the free, open-source Apache HTTP server project was born. These Apache servers worked really well for hosting individual web pages,
which anybody can do right now in 2025. You can use Apache or Nginx or many other services to host your own website.
But they had a weakness. If a website suddenly became popular, the host would be overwhelmed with requests, causing the page to become unresponsive and the server to crash. I termed this the hotspot problem, although it is better known as getting /dotted. Slashdot was a website popular in the tech community
I still go to Slashdot. It's still open.
that allowed users to post and upvote new links. It was one of the first mechanisms for making content go viral. A post that made it to the top of Slashdot might result in hundreds of thousands of users clicking on the link at once, enough traffic to bring down all but the most powerful web servers. In the mid-1990s, I was very concerned that slashdotting would limit the growth of the web. Now, the advantage of being at a place like MIT is that you will often find yourself in the company of some rather clever people. Sometime in the mid-1990s, Professor Tom Layton began complaining at a faculty lunch that the web, while obviously useful, didn't really lead to any deep problems in computer science that an academic could study. Offended, I immediately brought up the slashdotting problem, which certainly seemed to me like a worthy challenge for an ambitious academic. Soon, Tom was presenting the slashdotting problem to a lecture hall full of MIT graduate students. One of these students was Daniel Lewin, a star PhD candidate and wizard in computational complexity theory. In this hall of geeks, Daniel, or Danny as everyone called him, cut a somewhat unusual figure. He had spent several years in a special forces unit of the Israeli Defense Forces, rising to the rank of captain. Soon after hearing me present the problem, Danny worked out the consistent hashing algorithm for distributing content requests among a rotating population of web servers. His work on this algorithm won him the departmental award for Best Master's Thesis. Without consistent hashing, I don't know how back-end infrastructure could have kept up with the user demand for front-end content. Hashing solved this issue by reducing the load on any one computer. At the same time, it created a significant business opportunity for whoever managed the server network. In 1998, Danny and Tom incorporated their startup Akamai Technologies, and the next year they went public. Akamai became one of the leading content distribution networks and is now in the S&P 500 index. Danny was the original CTO and Tom the original CEO, a position he holds to this day. Sadly, Danny Lewin didn't get to see his invention flourish. On the 11th of September 2001, Danny boarded American Airlines Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles. He was seated immediately behind Mohammed Atta.
Oh, great.
A position he holds to this day. Sadly, Danny Lewin didn't get to see his invention flourish. On the 11th of September 2001, Danny boarded American Airlines Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles. He was seated immediately behind Mohammed Atta, the architect of the 9/11 attacks. Danny was killed as the hijackers took control of the plane, probably because he was attempting to stop them. While confronting Atta, he seems to have been attacked from behind. This made Danny both the first person killed in the 9/11 attack and perhaps the first person to die trying to prevent it. At the time of his death, Daniel Lewin was 31 years old. Chapter 7. Growing Pains. The systems that would allow the web to grow to any scale were in place. Google provided search, Akamai provided infrastructure, the Internet Archive provided preservation, and W3C provided the standards to ensure the web kept pace with technological change. By December 1998, about 150 million people were regularly using the Internet.
My husband's journal. It's not about research at all. How could I have been such a fool? Magical properties of bell-infused slime forms? He really had me going there.
The energy contained in these samples is tremendous. Adventurer. Now we just need to ensure that our access to this fellblood continues uninterrupted. Our scouts captured a Draenei paladin at the pools of Agonar. He was to take part in a cleansing ritual to purify the pools. We must stop the Draenei from succeeding, or we will lose our supply of Fellblood. He was carrying this signaling gem, looking to mark a spot where a priest, or anchorite as they call themselves, could perform their rituals in safety. Place the gem near the altar of Agonar, and be ready to ambush any approaching Draenei. I suggest that you take a friend or two along.
Baladash, Malanore.
These should do the job. I was concerned that the
Victory
Rangers might
lies
be short on
ahead.
arrows for a while, but that's one less thing I have to worry about. Thank you for your help, adventurer.
Good job, adventurer.
That should teach the rock flayers to stay far away from us. With the rock flayer population thinned, all that's left is to signal the safe path to our pilgrims. Return to the Great Fissure with this torch, and seek the 3 beacons that mark the path from the east. Light the 3 beacons and return to me. Be warned that the beacons will attract any nearby rock flayers when you first light them.
For most of them, the browser was the primary means of access. Worryingly, though, that browser was increasingly Microsoft's Internet Explorer, which came bundled with new versions of Windows by default. I was more than a little concerned about that. Bill Gates was late to the web, but once he recognized its potential, he threw the entire weight of his massive company behind an attempt to dominate it. The Internet is the most important single development to come along since the IBM PC was introduced in 1981, he wrote in an internal memo to Microsoft executives in 1995. Gates's strategy was called Embrace and Extend. First, he embraced the web by establishing a monopoly in the browser space. Once that goal was accomplished, he extended the web by using his monopoly to build new proprietary standards into the browser, circumventing W3C. As was later revealed in the US Department of Justice's antitrust suit against Microsoft, there was a secret third component to embrace and extend, what Microsoft execs termed innovate, but what the DOJ termed extinguish. When Internet Explorer debuted in 1995, it was clearly a rush job. But Explorer evolved rapidly, and in 1996 Microsoft introduced ActiveX, a set of software components that allowed users to interact with videos and games directly in their web browsers. There were already plenty of ways of doing this, and the only notable feature about ActiveX was that it wasn't compatible with Netscape Navigator. But Microsoft pushed it hard, leading to the best viewed in phenomenon.
I didn't really like ActiveX. I didn't see the point of it. It was fucking slow. Required a lot of resources, I remember.
I described earlier. Within W3C, it was becoming very clear, to me at least, that Microsoft was using its dominance in the operating system market to push Internet Explorer over Netscape. This was worrisome. If Netscape became irrelevant, then Microsoft, not W3C, would control HTML. The tech community hated the idea that anything they created would have to be compatible with Microsoft. Although Microsoft would eventually be called to account for abusing its monopoly, I suspect there were a bunch of projects which failed, or maybe were never even started, because of the anti-competitive situation.
Where the hell is this Magister guy, dude?
HTML uses tags, like title. And this has inspired people to develop similar tags for other applications. But the tag approach, which derives from the old markup language for paper printing, can be a little clunky. So in 1998, W3C published a standard called Extensible Markup Language, or XML, which was both simpler than HTML and with broader potential applications. Whereas HTML was designed specifically to encode web documents, XML was designed also to handle abstract information and data. XML took off rapidly, with Microsoft making it the foundation of all its systems, including the highly profitable Microsoft Office suite. An entire industry grew around it, and today XML is used all over the place, including in electronic bank records and fitness tracking devices. This was a great step, but I wanted to take it further. I wanted to take the data and allow it to form natural links with other relevant data, encouraging it to encode facts. For example, Chicago has a population of 4 million. Once we had enough of these facts, we could even use them to drive logic agents. So ask the agent what the largest city in the American Midwest was, and it could use the encoded facts to give you an answer. To do so, W3C created a language called the Resource Description Format, or RDF. Starting with this language for simple facts, we began to build massive public data encyclopedias.
Oh, like AI.
If you look at locations like Wikidata and various public databases, most of it is mere facts, just gazillions of them. RDF gave us a clean and elegant way to represent these facts. Unfortunately, for reasons that remain a bit mysterious to me, Microsoft viewed RDF with deep suspicion. It was very negative about RDF or anything built on it, and Microsoft managers made it clear to employees that talking about RDF internally would not lead to a promotion. It is strange that the company went down this path. Trying to reverse engineer their decision-making process, I can only conclude that they must have seen RDF as a threat to Microsoft Office and their other software based on XML. This divide had a big effect on the web and the industry.
Yes. I'm Aurelian's friend, but I'm not going to take the beating of my life for him. His mistress is Viera Sunwhisper. Go tell that harpy of a wife of his. What's she going to do anyway?
We will have justice.
I don't think I was supposed to get that, but whatever.
XML data looked like a tree, static, hierarchical, with everything in a folder. RDF was more like the web, a dynamic graph where connections might be drawn between any two pieces of data, even unexpected ones.
Thank you for bringing this to me, adventurer. I was wondering why I hadn't heard from the expedition in so long. I wonder how long ago this message was dispatched, and what befell its carrier. Here's a bit of coin for your trouble. Oh, goodness, you must be the help I requested weeks ago from Falcon Watch. Well, you're here now, and there's a lot to be done. I have just the thing to start you out. Welcome to the Cenarian Post, adventurer. We don't often get company out here, but I'm grateful for the visit. My work with the creatures of this desolate land requires me to travel to many remote places. The Cenarian expedition has dispatched me to study some of the most dangerous wildlife in Outland. And I've made a startling discovery. While many creatures here have already undergone radical changes, they continue to...
What's that?
Welcome to the Cenarian Post, adventurer. We don't often get company out here, but I'm grateful for the visit. My work with the creatures of this desolate land requires me to travel to many remote places. The Cenarian expedition has dispatched me to study some of the most dangerous wildlife in Outland. And I've made a startling discovery. While many creatures here have already undergone radical changes, they continue to mutate. I'm collecting blood samples to document the changes, and any help would be welcome.
Okay.
Vieira's son whisper. That lousy little brat. I will show her I'm not one to be trifled with.
The second approach is so much better. One of the reasons that Google search results are so smart about things like airline flights and facts about people, height, age, title, is that they have built a huge graph of knowledge accumulated from all the data on the web. Graph versus tree. You would not believe how intense the debate over these competing approaches was. The debate was certainly rather technical, but the key thing to understand is that when you encode data in RDF as a graph, you make it very easy for a computer to read. And when you do that, you make it very easy for a computer to aggregate. And when you do that, you can combine data from different sources and get new insights, whether it is fitness and medical data, economic and social data, or data about proteins and genes. As the web grew, exponentially more data was being added to it every year. What I believed was that by formatting that data into a machine-readable graph, the semantic web would be much smarter than the regular web, and it would turbocharge the web's capabilities. The day-to-day mechanisms of trade, bureaucracy, and our daily lives could be handled by machines talking to other machines, and by enabling these machine agents to understand the web, we would in time help to bring about a revolution in artificial intelligence. To me, this is what the debate was really about. With RDF, we were trying to get our computers to think. The idea that large structured data sets could fuel the development of AI will now seem obvious, but believe me, in the late 1990s, almost no one was thinking along these lines. My closest ally in pushing for the semantic web was Jim Hendler, a professor at the University of Maryland, who was attempting to wrangle the very large amounts of intelligence data that the US espionage apparatus gathered each year. Hearing of his interest in semantic systems, someone in the Pentagon invited Jim to Washington, D.C. They met at the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency facility, where Jim was shown a sample of the huge number of photographs of Russian-built MiG fighter aircraft the U.S. government had collected. There was data coming in from all over, from aerial spy planes, from satellites, from sources in the field. Looking for a way to manage it all, they made Jim a program manager at DARPA for the next couple of years, from where he promoted semantic web development across labs in the USA. Jim was friendly, easygoing, big, cuddly, and basically, well, huggable. Defense contracting was not my thing, but I saw the opportunity to use this work in a much broader way. With Jim's help, we were able to convince DARPA that whatever specification we came up with would be public, open source, and royalty-free. Jim and I were later joined by Aura Lasilla, a semantic web enthusiast who worked for Nokia in Boston. Unfortunately, as Microsoft continued to embrace the web, its influence began to rival that of W3C. Internet Explorer won the first browser war in a rout. By 2000, it was approaching 90% market share. Netscape, meanwhile, sold itself to AOL, which subsequently merged with Time Warner in what is now regarded as one of the most disastrous corporate mergers of all time.
And you've been most helpful, adventurer. Now let's see what we can learn from our blue friend.
Beware the living.
Of course, the next phases were to extend the web by forcing de facto Microsoft-friendly standards on users, then innovate, or in the DOJ's terms, extinguish, by deprecating competing technologies. That's what happened to RDF, which in the early 2000s entered a period of remission people call the semantic winter. In later years, though, the semantic web would become important once again. As Microsoft's ambitions climbed, I did too, though I was scaling a mountain of a different sort. The Black Mountains across the southeast of Wales have continued to call me back since childhood, particularly when I felt the need to contemplate tricky problems. Whether dreaming up new things or just relaxing over a break, green space and green places have always been very important to me. When we were small children, we would go on family trips to the wildest westerly parts of Cornwall. And then, when we were older, we would go to rural Wales. We would travel to the same spot, stay in the same little stone cottage every year. And then, when our children were growing up, we would take them too. The cottage is located in the Black Mountains, the first serious hills across the border from England, and once you are there, no other houses are in sight. The stream that flows down the hill past the door is diverted into a dry stone-built culvert and through a stone tongue. It collects in a pool for washing, a sort of shrine to water. That basin is the focal point. That's when you know you have arrived. But you aren't really there until you have gone up the hill itself. Pick a path, perhaps the wide grass one, curving gently through the forest before...
These guys are moving way too fast, man. I don't remember them moving this fast. I don't know how Azeroth Core fucked this up.
Breaking out into the sheep fields and sheep pens, then onwards to the moor of heather and wind-blown hilltop. There you can see and understand the system of valleys you are in. For the physical investment of just a modest climb, you can now walk ridges for hours. Do you hike immediately all the way to the northern escarpment, or leave it for another day? Maybe you chat, maybe you swim in a river, maybe you picnic by a lake, and then you return home, all together. In his memoir, Waterlog, Roger Deakin writes of swims he took all over Britain, but also of the magnificent bath he ran at the end of one particularly big day. That bath is magnificent because of its antique workings and its depth and its steam, but the bath in our cottage is magnificent for another reason. Simply because I put in every inch of the shiny copper pipe necessary for its log fire heating with my own bare hands. I can pull the plug and hear the water gurgle away with no leaks. The familiar happy sounds of family and friends percolate through the thin walls. There is supper in front of the wood stove. There will be discussions of everything over dinner. There will be plans for the next day. There will be discussion of everything else over the washing up. It is a grounding place, both for retreating from the hard, pressing problems of life and to talk them over and to navigate a way through them. When I am in a safe harbour, my mind subconsciously sifts through all that is going on around me. Of course, as I considered the semantic web and this arcane battle for behind-the-scenes control of logic languages, almost no one else was paying any attention. Instead, they were watching the .com bubble. When Netscape had conducted its IPO in 1995, I thought the company was overvalued. But after Mark Andreessen and Jim Kark flipped their company to AOL for $10 billion, an enormous number of copycat businesses, light on profits, heavy on marketing, entered the fray. At the same time, discount online brokers like E-Trade and Ameritrade encouraged retail traders to speculate on these ephemeral companies, driving up their thinly traded stocks to absurd valuations. The standard bearer for the .com bubble was Pets.com, an online retailer of pet food that spent a fortune on a Super Bowl ad featuring a sock puppet, while struggling with other, more basic business tasks like fulfilling customer orders.
Outland holds many secrets, adventurer. It's only a matter of time before we uncover them all. The half-bird, half-man species of the Arcoa possesses ancient arcane...
Well, they're not dropping any, dude.
nirvgorilla.com went bankrupt in 2000, but there were hundreds of similar businesses, each more absurd than the last. Somewhere around this time, my financial advisor informed me of an online cattle market that was briefly worth more than the entire cattle industry. I understood at that point that .com stocks resembled the tulip mania of the 17th century and strongly discouraged my friends and business partners from investing in these businesses. The Pets.com phenomenon also led to frenzied speculation in the names of .com addresses. This was mostly due to my innocent decision to harness web technology to the domain name server infrastructure way back in 1990. I could not have predicted it at the time, but in the late 1990s, the leadership of DNS fell into the hands of some rather unscrupulous operators. What had been an unremarkable piece of back-end internet infrastructure was temporarily transformed into a revolting for-profit bonanza. As the web grew in the mid-1990s, speculators called cyber squatters began to buy up DNS addresses like restaurants.
DNS squatters. Domain squatters.
State your business. Good work, adventurer. Outland's secrets will not stay hidden from us for very long. It's our destiny to become the masters of this world.
Is that what he sounds like?
What do you seek?
Remember the Sunwell.
Yes, sir.
As the web grew in the mid-1990s, speculators called cyber squatters began to buy up DNS addresses like restaurants.com or printers.com in the belief that these domains might one day be valuable to retailers. However, some of the more enterprising cyber squatters started targeting names of actual pre-existing companies. Sadly, DNS's leadership sought to profit from the trend.
As you know, the war chief put his power behind this expedition for one reason. This is the world we came from. This is where our roots lie. This journey means different things to orcs and blood elves. To them, it's a search for the promised land. To us, it's more like returning home. Whoever made this axe is familiar with the old ways, and we must contact them. This is too important for us to use ordinary tracking methods. Show the weapon to Farseer Rigulkit. She will know what to do.
The DNS had for many years been administered by John Postel, a computer scientist who had worked alongside Cerf and Khan in the earliest days of networking protocols. Postel had long hair, a long grey beard, and thick glasses, a real wizard. As tended to happen in those days, his ad hoc custodianship of the early name registry for ARPANET, the initial DARPA-funded Internet, evolved into a kind of benevolent dictatorship as the technology expanded. By the 1980s, people were calling Postel the god of the Internet. If two people had a dispute over who owned the domain thread.org, for example, Postel was trusted to sort it out. With the web's exploding popularity, though, the workload was becoming too much for Postel to handle. Postel tragically died of complications from heart surgery in 1998. His legacy was betrayed in the early 1990s when, instead of creating a non-profit organization to run the Internet in the public interest, the US government auctioned off the .com side of the DNS registry to a for-profit operator. What had been one man's purview was transformed into a cutthroat market, and VeriSign, the operator, was later able to make a huge amount of money charging rent on domain names. It didn't have to be this way. The .edu domain was run by a public interest organization and worked perfectly well. So did the .gov and .mil domains, where the US government retained control. Not all the .coms were flops. Google, Amazon and Netflix got their starts during this period. And while most of the flimsy startups faded, the excitement of the era resulted in many people purchasing goods online for the first time. Just as web advertising and publishing transformed the media business, web-based e-commerce began to transform the retail shopping experience. As with the media, it took some of the legacy bricks-and-mortar businesses a long time to understand what was going on. The popularity of the web was accelerated by massive improvements in the home computing experience. Dial-up modems were replaced by broadband internet connections, improving data throughput by an order of magnitude. Clunky CRT monitors were upgraded to elegant liquid crystal flat screens, rendering images and video with greater fidelity and clarity. Processors, following Moore's law, continued to pack exponentially more transistors onto the silicon chips, dramatically expanding the PC's graphics capabilities. Behind the scenes, teams of developers competed to establish new methods for compressing multimedia data, resulting in an alphabet soup of new formats: JPEG, GIF, AVI, and MP3. Due to this immense...
He said AVI. It's AVI, dude. Why would he say MP3, but then he said AVI? AVI, you fuck.
Mostly hidden engineering effort, the personal computer evolved from the disconnected, limited-use workstation of the 1990s into the networked, multimedia platform of the 2000s.
The Naga are terrible, yes. But even more terrible are the traitor tribes of broken and lost ones that help them. The worst of all are the lost ones of the Umbrafin tribe. They use dark magic to trap and enslave others. They're especially cruel to escaped slaves, and would slit my throat if I left the refuge even for a day. Travel to Umbrafin village south of here and kill them and their leader, Katuru. Until then, I will fear for my life every single day.
Warm welcome, I don't see it. Why can't I see this quest? Oh. Because there's a pre-quest here. God damn it.
Greetings. Isiel sent you? Of course I can use someone like you. We're always in need of a little muscle.
There we go. Got it. A warm welcome. But that other fucking quest, Warden Hamut.
We came to Outland expecting to find small pockets of life. What we discovered in Zanger Marsh was a lush environment with a thriving ecosystem. Our initial assessment of the area was deceiving, however. The water levels at the lakes and marshes have consistently been going down since we started taking measurements. The impact this could have on the local animal and plant life is disastrous. Go to Umbrafin Lake, southwest of here, and look for clues related to this water depletion.
Okay, got the next arrows ready to fucking go. Let's see. No, I don't like drinking alcohol in this game, dude. It fucks your screen up. Why the hell are there jagged arrows here? Who would be here at level 40? I guess maybe people are so poor they might not have fucking 50 silver to buy arrows.
Till next we meet.
Alright.
Keeping ahead of these developments at W3C required an immense amount of effort. We moved from HTML to HTML2 in 1995, to HTML3 in 1997 and to HTML4 in 2000. Each new HTML standard tried to skate where the puck is going by anticipating the rapid development cycle of the personal computer. At the same time, W3C looked, when possible, to supplement existing proprietary standards with free collaborative formats of our own, like with Portable Network Graphics, or PNG, an image encoding standard that W3C developed as a free open-source alternative to proprietary image encoding format GIF. PNG development at W3C was led by Thomas Boutell, but the finished recommendation listed the names of more than 20 authors. Most of these authors were volunteers. Multiple working draft revisions were required to make the standard work, following the consensus working group model. PNG worked well and was, like all W3C standards, completely royalty-free. This combination proved popular, and it rapidly became one of the most widely used image formats on the web. The arrival of the multimedia PC coincided with an upgrade of the development environment at W3C. Microsoft Exchange Server had pushed me to the brink of madness several times, so it was with great relief that we switched over to Mac OS X shortly after its arrival in 2001. In 1996, Apple had purchased the remains of Next, and soon Steve Jobs was reinstated as the CEO.
So the World Wide Web that this book is about was created on a Next computer by Steve Jobs. You know what else was created on Next computers? The game Doom by id Software.
As a long-time Next enthusiast, I could easily see the platform's DNA in the new Macintosh operating system. I have used it ever since. Following AOL Time Warner's massive $50 billion write-down in 2001, the largest in the history of business up to that point, Netscape began to dwindle away. The web bubble popped. A great number of startups failed, and the retail .com speculators returned to their day jobs. But it was in this somewhat deflated environment that perhaps the fullest realization to date of the original idea for the web was born. Wikipedia. My original www client didn't take you to date of the original idea for the web was born. Wikipedia. My original www client didn't take you to a portal, it took you to what I called a home page. The home page was where you started your exploring, where you kept links to interesting things and to lists, editable lists of all your favourite places. It resembled bookmarks in today's web, but in editable hypertext. You could make a blank page with a blinking cursor, type into it, and link it to other parts of the web relevant to your life. The idea was always to have users create as easily as they consumed. Viola, Cello, Netscape, and the browsers which followed them, alas, did not allow editing, and so the word homepage ended up being used for an organization or person's main page. Wikipedia, which launched in January 2001, had a similar philosophy, inviting everyone to jump in and start editing the encyclopedia. The rapidly editable wiki pages were invented in 1995 by Ward Cunningham, an American software consultant. The technology was niche. Many regarded wikis as a toy, including Cunningham himself. He didn't patent the concept because it just sounded like something that no one would want to pay money for. The Wikipedia project grew out of Newpedia, a failed attempt to create an online encyclopedia using peer-reviewed expert sources. The experts moved slowly. In the first 2 years of the project, they published only a couple of dozen articles. Frustrated by the pace of development of Newpedia, Jimmy Wales and Larry Sanger, the site's co-founders, encouraged the experts to use wiki technology instead. The experts, appalled to have amateurs reviewing their work, rejected the proposal.
Well, I still kind of feel that way. A lot of amateurs do edit Wikipedia. By the way, I don't have to do this, but I'm playing this game with 8x anti-aliasing and 16x anisotropic filtering. Now, the anisotropic filtering is important, but the 8x is kind of overkill considering my resolution, 3840 by 1600. So you don't really see jaggies anywhere, but I could turn that off and you probably still won't see them. Yep, still looks good. So I'm going to play with anti-aliasing multi-sample MSAA off just for a little while and see if it bugs me. I do see some jaggies right here on this bridge starting to appear. Now let me turn it back on and those should disappear. See? It looks like smoother on the bridge. Now let me turn it back off and you'll see that's MSAA, multi-sampling anti-aliasing. But it's not really bugging me too much. The frame rate is about the same. So, I mean, this is an old game and I got a really powerful video card, so.
But the public loved Wikipedia. The site grew rapidly, adding hundreds of articles a day. Soon the project was adding images and video and moving to other languages besides English. Articles started out primitive and often contained inaccuracies, but rapidly evolved as collaborators from around the world corrected and proofread them. Wikipedia has grown to contain millions of articles on every subject known to our species, an invaluable repository of human knowledge that I consider one of the modern wonders of the world.
Pretty hot
What
CPU.
made this system work was intercreativity, a group of people being creative. Wikipedia.
Man. $80C my CPU is at, which is really hot. And my GPU is at 58C.
Is probably the best single example of what I wanted the web to be.
Wikipedia.
Chapter 8. Technology and Society. As the web grew, politicians began to take an interest in the technology. Some wanted to pass laws safeguarding users' privacy. Often, though, they wanted to force web hosts and internet service providers to share users' data with law enforcement and state intelligence agencies. While I respected the need to go after cyber criminals, I felt it was important that web users had at least a default expectation of privacy. A key actor in this drama was the Electronic Frontier Foundation,
the EFF,
a non-profit organization that was created in 1990 to fight for rights on the net by Mitch Kapoor, John Gilmore, and John Perry Barlow, the author of A Declaration of the Independence of Cyberspace.
Damn right.
The EFF's deputy director, Danny Weitzner, soon left to co-found the Center for Democracy and Technology, CDT, which in turn joined W3C to add its weight to the drive for civil liberties on the web. At one point, we were looking for a leader for W3C's technology and society domain, and Danny, on behalf of CDT, was very keen that the right person should get the job. I soon realized that his own profile was ideal. In 1998, he started a long and productive stint in the job. One crucial contribution was to steer W3C through a potentially disastrous incident over patents. In the early days at CERN, we had managed to get a commitment that the organization would never charge royalties for www technology. We had thought that this had firmly established a free web. However, we were wrong. Just under a decade after the first website, a member of a W3C working group announced that the standard he was working on would incur a royalty fee.
Fuck off.
We were shocked. The implied threat was huge. Once the culture of openness was broken, all bets were off. The big patent holders out there, including IBM and Microsoft, would descend on every aspect of the web. That would have been the death of the free web as we knew it, and possibly of the web itself. W3C had to prevent groups being blindsided by announcements of previously hidden patents, so a group was formed.
Yeah, but they're still trying to do it today with these walled gardens and shit, and I'm sure he'll talk about it in this book. He hasn't talked about walled gardens yet, but you could tell he's going to go that way. Because that's what websites are doing. Like Instagram. You scroll down on some images on Instagram and it fucking blocks you and forces you to make an account to be able to keep seeing them. That is a bullshit website. Now, so far, you can view YouTube videos without being logged in for the most part. But as time goes on, they'll crack down on that too. It'll be walled off, dude. So only certain people will be able to fucking see it. It's real bullshit.
Led by Danny, which produced W3C's patent policy. It was adopted in 2003. The big companies realized that by backing off from patent enforcement, they might not get a royalty share of the cake that was the web, but that the cake itself would grow much bigger. The W3C patent policy made W3C a fairer place to create standards. It is no exaggeration to say that it saved the web. Along with the Electronic Frontier Foundation, W3C would also protest and code for an open web with no government spying. Of course, it was one thing to say that web traffic should be free from limitless government snooping. It was another thing entirely to build the protocols to make that possible. Fortunately, at MIT, I was lucky enough to work in the same building as Ron Rivest, the brilliant cryptographer who was among the creators of the beautiful RSA, Secure Key Protocol, that had so impressed me many years earlier in Dorset. It would be just the ticket for creating more secure identities on a more secure web. The MIT Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence Lab, CSAIL, held a faculty lunch every Thursday in a large lab conference room. During one of those lunches, I gave an impassioned speech in favor of the RSA system in response to the IT people's threat to move the institute from RSA keys, secure, back to passwords, insecure. "This is a gift from mathematics," I said. Ron came up to me afterwards and thanked me. He later told a CSAIL historian he'd come up with this elegant concept after drinking too much Manischewitz wine while celebrating Passover. Ron, Danny and I became good friends. The lab organised a group trip to the Weequassett Resort in Cape Cod every year. Danny and I would often take to puttering or zooming around Weequassett Bay in a small Hobie catamaran. This became a tradition, regardless of whether there was wind or not. An important step for security was agreement on the HTTPS standard in 2000. The S stood for secure. HTTPS encrypted all outgoing and incoming hypertext traffic using the RSA algorithm. The S stood for secure. HTTPS encrypted all outgoing and incoming hypertext traffic using the RSA algorithm.
You're welcome.
I was very happy with the way the two systems intermeshed. Although they'd been designed in parallel, the World Wide Web and public key encryption turned out to be a perfect fit. Within W3C, we began pushing everyone to upgrade from regular HTTP to HTTPS, thereby concealing sensitive information like bank data, medical records, passwords, and private correspondence from prying eyes. We hit an unfortunate snag when we changed the URL to add an S. It broke all existing links on the web. In retrospect, the web would be much more functional and simpler if HTTP and HTTPS pages both used the same URL, just with different protocols. I really had Michael Dertouzos to thank for making all this possible. He organized the lunches and the Weequassett visits, and he was the one who'd brought all these incredibly talented people together at MIT in the first place. But Michael felt, as I did, that technology should always serve the human being, not the other way round. We made a big mistake 300 years ago when we separated technology and humanism, he once
I was gathering herbs nearby when a handful of these little savages abducted me. I tried to fight them off, but there were too many of them. Help me return to the Cenarian refuge and away from these cruel wretches and their vile magic.
Told Scientific American. We made a big mistake 300 years ago when we separated technology and humanism, he once told Scientific American. It's time to put the two back together. So I was heartbroken on the 27th of August 2001 when Michael died, following complications from surgery. He had been my friend, mentor and main supporter, as he had been for a great many others at MIT. 10 of us flew to Athens in Greece for his funeral. On the flight there, I was seated next to Jean-François Abramatique, who'd been elected W3C chairman in 1996. We flew right over the Parthenon, and the two of us peered down out of the window to the Agora steps, where Socrates once conducted his dialogues. I remember our own dialogue quite well. This is where our civilization started. But they couldn't have imagined the internet and all the stuff we've got now, Jean-François said. Isn't it great we got from their beginnings to an internet-based society? Well, but there's been a few hiccups along the way from Athens to here. The sack of Rome, the Visigoths, the Dark Ages, I said. A question occurred to me. Do you think in our future there will be another Dark Age? Or have we got to a point where civilization and liberal democracy are locked in? I think it's locked in, Jean-François said. Now liberal democracy is so strong and growing in concert with technology. I don't think we'll have another Dark Age. The plane landed and we attended the funeral. It was a somber affair, but gave us the opportunity to offer our recollections of Michael and the many great ways in which he had helped so many of us. The funeral occurred on the 5th of September 2001. Afterwards, we returned to Boston. A few days later, we found ourselves in the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, headquartered in a Frank Lloyd Wright-style pavilion in Norton's Wood, Cambridge, Massachusetts. We were having a W3C strategy session in their beautiful library when we heard about the 9/11 attacks.
Thank you, adventurer. I will finally sleep comfortably at night. Were I not so old and weakened, I would deal with my own enemies. Take this gold. It is not much, but your kindness cannot go unpaid.
Greetings.
Ikayan's been telling me stories about what happened to him down in those caves, and I think it's just awful. You know, maybe we should do something to help out those poor Sporlocks. Ikayan says that they live there in the Fungar Cavern, but that the marsh beasts have recently invaded. Why don't you go down there and see if you can clear some of those marsh beasts out? It's just to the southwest.
In your travels, you might have encountered some of the expedition's watchers. They do the majority of the field work, documenting the unique inhabitants of the marsh, collecting samples, and making contact with sentient species. The safety of the watchers is paramount, adventurer. We've had to recall the watchers we sent to explore Fungar Cavern to the south because of marsh beast attacks. Warden Hamut believes that killing their leader, Lord Clock, will bring a swift end to the attacks.
You rescued one of my druids. We could never repay you, adventurer. You have my thanks as well as that of the expedition. The Naga are behind this, but why? From what you described, that steam pump must be part of the cause for the water levels dropping in the marsh. No matter. This explains their open hostility towards us. Let's not waste any time. I need you to perform another task for us.
Turning on a news stream, we watched in horror as the towers went down. Jean-Francois was standing beside me. He looked at me and said, "You know what? I take it back about civilization being locked in." The continuity of civilization had been on my mind a fair amount that year. In 2001, I was elected a Fellow of the Royal Society. It was a very great honor for me. Many of my scientific heroes were Society Fellows as well, including Alan Turing. I was presented to the Society at an induction ceremony, then brought into the office to sign the registry. At the top of this 350-year-old leather book, I saw the signature of King Charles II, followed by the signature of Isaac Newton. Paging through the registry, I passed thousands of signatures, including those of Benjamin Franklin, Charles Darwin, Albert Einstein, and Stephen Hawking. At the bottom, with a sense of humility, I signed my own name. The Royal Society is a pretty useful institution. Its headquarters are located in Westminster, London, in a collection of white stucco houses facing St. James's Park. As a fellow, you can just go in and work there whenever you want. The view is splendid, and the Wi-Fi is decent. It was as good a place as any to reflect on my discussion with Jean-Francois.
The Wi-Fi is decent.
How intertwined were democracy and technology, anyway? Did they necessarily grow in concert? My assumption had always been yes, but my work with Danny Weitzner had shown me that it was not enough simply to release new technology and hope for the world to improve. You had to develop technology and society together. You really had to fight in a principled and continuous way for human rights. The web offered people a platform for their voices to be heard, reducing the cost of publishing and distributing information to effectively nothing. But used improperly, it could also be turned into a tool of surveillance and control. The printing press, when it arrived, had allowed the distribution of a great number of new ideas. Those ideas challenged authority and established norms, leading to centuries of political and social unrest. In Western societies, that foment of ideas eventually stabilized into the prosperous liberal democracies of the late 20th century. But that experience was not universal, and perhaps it was also not inevitable. In fact, in the wrong hands, new communications technologies could do as much harm as they did good. This was especially true of mass broadcast media like radio and television, which often became tools for authoritarians. The web offered a new frontier. It was like giving everyone their own printing press, everyone their own radio transmitter, everyone their own television station, all with no oversight, all at once. To me, that had to be a good thing. I believed and still believed in the emancipatory power of the Internet. But I also had read enough history to understand the potentially destabilizing effect this shift might have. Democracy hadn't arrived in a neat little package. It was the product of bloody revolutions. The term human rights was itself a product of the independent press. It could be traced to self-published U.S. abolitionist literature in the early 1800s, among other sources. And of course, a slogan wasn't enough to get rid of slavery. A war had to be fought. By the early 2000s, I was beginning to see that the web was not merely a rival to print, television, and radio. It was going to decimate and supersede those media. This was perhaps clearer to me than it was to executives within the media industry. I remember being interviewed by the BBC's Alan Yentop around this time. As I like to do, I decided to turn the tables and interview him. Was the BBC aware that in a few years monolithic broadcasting would give way to streaming channels? Did the BBC have a strategy in place for that? Yentob, surprised, said he would investigate the issue. It was also obvious, even in the early 2000s, that the web was going to challenge existing authorities and established norms. I did not want to usher in a new age of unrest, but I did want to make sure the web had the ability to reach and uplift everyone on the planet. If everyone had access to the web, really, everyone, not just the technophiles or the citizens of wealthy countries, but also the poor, the repressed, the voiceless and the invisible, I felt it would help democracy to flourish. Somewhere in the early 2000s, the 1 billionth web user came online. It was among the most rapid adoptions of any technology ever, but it was still a challenge for many people to access the web, whether due to location, poverty, or disability. Within W3C, I pushed to make accessibility a priority. Fortunately, I had the assistance of several extraordinary individuals. Judy Brewer joined the W3C team in 1997 to lead development of our accessibility standards. Judy is an electric wheelchair user and a tireless champion for people with disabilities. She has a rare metabolic disorder, which she addressed in head-on fashion by securing a PhD in molecular biology. Travelling with Judy, I witnessed personally how poorly airports are set up for people travelling in a wheelchair, especially getting electric wheelchair batteries through security. It's a disaster. Early on, Judy and I decided that any spec W3C produced would be reviewed for accessibility. This surprised certain members in the consortium, but it also motivated them, and I came to feel this decision was one of the best I made as the W3C director. The accessibility community brought a tremendous amount of enthusiasm to the web because of the web's ability to channel the same content through multiple different formats. With the right standards, we could ensure you could click to transform any web page into a large print format, switch schemes for colorblind people, display alternative text for images, or even have the page read aloud.
There you go.
The web was streets ahead of other media in this regard.
Yep.
Our accessibility...
I'm telling you, it's you can do everything on a fucking computer. It's for everybody. I don't know why everybody fucking uses phones. Phones fucking suck, man. They fucking suck. I'm listening to an audiobook while I'm streaming, while I'm playing a game at the same time. And I could be doing 1,000 other things simultaneously while not affecting my frame rate in this video game. I could be, like I said, I could be downloading tons of shit at the same time. I could actually be encoding video, which might actually affect my frame rate, depending on the software, because it'll use CPU and GPU, but there's just so many things you could do. You could be downloading 5, 10, 20, 30 different YouTube channels simultaneously. I'm not talking about videos. I mean downloading entire YouTube channels on a computer at the same time. Why the fuck would you ever want to use a phone?
It was also greatly helped by Shadi Abu Zara, who joined W3C in 2003. Shadi was an energetic and garrulous software engineer who also used a wheelchair. Studying computer science in Austria in the 1990s, he had experienced great difficulty navigating the lecture rooms of his university. He had subsequently become a leading representative for disabilities advocates online. When we first met in Boston, I liked him immediately. Shadi has observed that a good accessibility standard can benefit a very great number of users. For example, as we travelled round Boston, Shadi would often point out the availability, or more frequently the lack of availability, of curb cuts or dropped curbs on pavement corners. These small ramps allow wheelchair users to move about the city freely.
Wait a minute. You tell me wheelchair guys can't get up a step? I don't mean to laugh, but...
And are also used by all kinds of people. Families with pushchairs, kids on scooters, even workers pushing heavy loads on wheeled dollies. What opponents considered a costly concession to a special interest group was in fact an affordable benefit for the whole society. Another example the W3C accessibility folks often used was closed captioning on television. This too had started as a push for accessibility, with work starting at the Gallaudet University for Deaf People in the 1970s. The TV networks had originally resisted it, but as it turned out, a wide range of people loved closed captioning. Closed captioning allowed you to watch television in loud environments like bars or airports. It allowed you to interpret accents you weren't accustomed to. It allowed you to watch TV with the sound off if your partner was sleeping next to you. It allowed you to follow along with the plot if the script was complicated. Later, closed captioning would even allow web users to screenshot funny dialogue from television and movies and transform them into shareable memes.
I just did that recently on my Discord server. Oh, yeah. I think I need another drink. Oh, shit. If he doesn't try to ambush me. Accessibility. That means retard compatible. I'm just kidding. Let me ask these bots. Is this server retard compatible?
A use case the pioneers at Gallaudet never could have envisioned when they first advocated for the technology. Shadi has noted that the words accessibility and disabled sometimes carry a stigma with them. My mum, she's in her 90s, but even today she would never say she's disabled, he told me. She only hears less and sees less, right? For this reason, Shadi sometimes also calls the guidelines ease of use standards. The work by the W3C accessibility team has really made the web a far better and more inclusive space. Features like alternative text for images or pronunciation guides for new words don't help just those with disabilities, but can enhance the presentation of the original content for everybody.
It's even better with AI because I've only built one audiobook, but using just text, I've already built one audiobook from that, using a voice I selected. I want to do at least one more audiobook from ebook because I can't find the audiobook anywhere, and I want to listen to it, but AI and shit allows you to have that kind of accessibility.
Contrast improvements, text resizing, and alternative colour presentation schemes, all originally intended to help those with visual impairments, are also great for preventing eye strain.
Or LCD tan.
Closed captioning, some of the Web Accessibility Initiative's work now intersects with AI technology in ways we did not expect. One of the best examples is machine translation. We've grown accustomed to asking AI to automatically translate between languages for us, but one thing W3C has long pushed for is alternative simplified text in the same language that replaces jargon with explanations at an elementary reading level. While I sometimes encounter knee-jerk reactions to dumbing down the text in this way, simplified text can open difficult material to a much wider audience.
What? I've never used this simplified text. I would never do that. That is weird to me. Yeah, let's dumb the text down for retards. Retard compatible again.
Non-native speakers, young people, and even the newly literate.
Newly literate?
Simplified versions of text can help people navigate complicated medical directions, correctly interpret government forms, and understand arcane language in business contracts. By automatically generating simple, plain-language versions of things such as credit card offers, immigration papers, military enlistment contracts, and legal documents like wills, we generate great social benefits and ensure fair dealing. Simplified text even helps preserve cultural heritage. Archaic writers like Shakespeare and Chaucer can be made much more accessible by...
No, I would never do that. You don't... Shakespeare is not Shakespeare anymore when you fuck his language up. No, dude, that's going... For me, that's too far. I'd rather not read it at all than read a fucking tarred version of Shakespeare. I'm sorry.
Layering simplified, modernized versions of their work side by side with the original. A few summers ago, I ploughed through Neil Stephenson's novel Termination Shock as a book and as an audiobook, switching between the visual and audio forms of the text
Well, I do that.
where necessary, word by word at times. Reading it in company, listening to it when alone. Reading it when a passenger, listening to it when driving. I found this to be an effective way to experience the book. And I'd like to apply the approach to all kinds of content, including blogs, podcasts, and newspapers. It is coming. There are apps that can assist, but the operating systems on devices should up their game to provide this kind of functionality automatically.
Dude, that's not what their goal is. Their goal is to suck as much money from you as they can. That's why Google's fucking up Android. They just want your money, you dumb sucker. God, I need you to attack that shit. Go.
Fortunately, AI can make automatic conversion between text and audio easier. Automatic text-to-speech services have long been an important goal for disability advocates looking to aid people who are dyslexic or visually impaired.
Or intellectually impaired.
Now, with AI, we can automatically generate speech from text, which is useful not just for blind people, but also for other commuters.
Well, yeah, like I just said, I use that.
Or gym goers looking to listen to news articles or audiobooks generated on the fly. Similarly, the accessibility group at W3C has long pushed for audio descriptions that narrate the visual action in movies and TV. AI should allow us to be able to generate these descriptions automatically, and not just for scripted content, but even sporting events and live video feeds. The benefits, I imagine, will extend to everyone.
What, like the... Okay, he is now surrounded by fucking Naga, and he's DPSing the shit out of Naga while surrounded on a little island and by a body of water. And his name is Fagbo.
Shadi's work has ensured the web can reach a much wider audience than ever before, connecting it not only with the disability community, but also with young people, older people, non-native English speakers, and even technophobes. When we do usage studies, we typically find that while around 10% of the population needs these services to interact with the web, up to 2/3 of users benefit just from having them available, Shadi says. In the 2000s, As the web expanded, W3C began to open satellite offices in regions all over the world, including locations in Australia, Finland, Morocco, India, Brazil, and Senegal. In 2006, we opened the first satellite office in China at Beihang University in Beijing. Angel Li, our business manager, started there fresh out of study. Angel wasn't a technical person. She had studied art history, but she shared my vision for a free and open web and pushed hard to make it a reality. When I invented the web in 1989, China had no internet access whatsoever. China got its first IP address in 1994.
China!
You have my gratitude, adventurer, and that of the Watchers. They will be heartened to hear
Holy
that they
shit.
can continue their work to the south
That's a huge
without
upgrade.
fear of attack.
Holy shit, that's another huge upgrade.
Those marsh beasts have no right to invade the home of the Sporlocks. It would be better if these creatures would learn to live in harmony, but when that's not possible, we'll be here to take care of the situation. We'll be here to take care of the situation. Here, please take one of these, as thanks for your help.
Why'd she say it twice? Why did she say that twice? I'm gonna restart my game real quick just because the fucking text is all fucked up for some reason. And I'm looking gayer by the minute. Anyway, look at this fucking gear. Getting even more gay than I was before.
But by the mid-2000s, following an extraordinarily rapid period of industrialization and urbanization, it was clear that China would soon be the world's single largest web domain. Angel saw this as well, and she pushed for W3C to establish free and open standards in China for everyone to use. The value of integrating the Chinese internet with the global community was obvious, and with a population of over 1.4 billion people, the Chinese market might double global web traffic all by itself. China also provided a completely new perspective and set of values, one that could be challenging. Angel served both as my interpreter and guide in navigating this new territory, which was utterly foreign to me. With her assistance, Rosemary and I visited Beijing in 2008 to lecture at the Great Hall of the People, the immense government building which hosts the annual Congress of the Chinese Communist Party.
There's important research to be conducted into the ecology of the local creatures, especially the sporlings and boglords of the marsh. And trust me, once you get out into the field, you'll find the work to be challenging. Seek out Watcher Liso at the Cenarian Watch Post in the western region of the marsh toward the south. Follow the path west and you will eventually find her. She can be a bit studious, but don't let that get to you. Oh, and watch out for her cat.
What? Watch out for her cat? Come on, dude.
To be honest, I had expected more, but you'll have to do. Welcome to Swamp Rat Post. Ravage was wise to bring leather armor. This swamp will render my mail useless before long. I've been replacing the scales bit by bit as I'm able. The Hydra in the marsh have thick, protective scales that stand up well to the dampness of their home. Finding suitable ones is a tedious process, though. All too often, the best scales are torn or worn too thin for use in armor. Bring me any good ones that you might get from the Hydra in the larger lakes.
What the fuck is going on?
Shadow Hunter Denjai isn't the only one expecting a report from me. Mokasa at Stonebreaker Hold in Terrakar is eager to hear of our progress, especially since most of her messengers travel through here. She asked me to send word once Swamp Rat Post was completed. If you wouldn't mind delivering the news, I'd be very grateful. We may be up and running, but there is still much to be done. To get to Stonebreaker Hold, follow the road south out of Zangermarsh into Terrakar Forest and beyond Churum. Thank you, adventurer. Every little bit helps. I've still got a long way to go, but let's face it, what else am I going to do between patrols? Now that you're familiar with the terrain, I'd like to ask your help with something else. The Dead Mire we've taken to calling the area to the northwest is an eerie place. No one has ever reported seeing anything alive there, but they didn't stay for very long either. Scout Joba volunteered to investigate the area and report on his findings. He left the post 3 days ago and hasn't returned. It's not like him to be gone that long without sending some kind of report. Will you search for him, adventurer?
Sometimes I wish Denjai had sent a shaman with us, or at least given us a totem to keep the Marshfang Rippers at bay. The whole place is crawling with the pests. It's just not right. Shouldn't something be eating these despicable things? We've all been taking turns playing exterminator. You showed up at just the right time, adventurer. Congratulations. Now get out there and mop up some marshfangs. Had your fill already.
Riavij laughs.
There's a reason why our visitors don't stay long. If I had a choice, I'd find a more agreeable spot for the post, but I'll take marshfangs over Denjai's temper any day. Magasha is the fiercest troll in the marsh, but she only respects mighty hunters. I tried to prove myself to her, but the one beast that could impress her is beyond my skill. Maybe you could help me out. It's the giant bog wasp known as Blacksting that roams the area south of the glowing Drainy Towers to the west. If you bring me its stinger, maybe she'll give me a chance to join her hunters. I know it's a little sneaky, but I promise to learn under her and do you both proud. Fantastic! I'll never forget how you helped me to win her heart. In fact, you can be a guest of honor at our wedding.
Okay, dude. A lot of alliance here right now.
The space was enormous, draped in gold and red, with giant concrete walls curving around to either side. I stepped out to face an audience of 10,000 people, one of the largest crowds I've ever addressed. Remembering Michael's advice, I'd written 10 slide titles on the back of an envelope and presented, through a translator, a lecture on the future of web applications. On a subsequent trip, I also met Jack Ma, the co-founder of Alibaba. Ma had a high profile at the time, and it was a big meeting with lots of photographers present. I liked him. He was very personable, smart, outgoing and thoughtful, and he was not afraid to speak his mind. Alibaba was a kind of industrial version of eBay, connecting Chinese factory cities like Shanghai, Guangzhou and Shenzhen with customers all over the world. If you needed 10 tons of rolled steel shipped to Kuala Lumpur, or a container full of blank T-shirts delivered to San Diego, you bought it through Alibaba. The rapid industrialization of China had no precedent in human history. It was due in part to government investment and in part to the government's embrace of a market economy. It was especially due to the hard work of millions of factory laborers, often working long hours for low pay in dangerous conditions. But the web played a role too, efficiently and rapidly matching Chinese manufacturing concerns with customers all over the world. Acting as a kind of interface for globalization, the World Wide Web facilitated a tremendous amount of economic growth within China. It helped to lift an enormous number of people out of poverty. This was something I could never have imagined happening while tinkering with code in Switzerland all those years before. China adopted the web with huge enthusiasm. Even as Alibaba connected China to the rest of the world, new businesses arose to serve the country's vast and newly prosperous internal market. The tech companies Baidu, Tencent, and Xiaomi soon rivaled US counterparts for size and influence. The W3C Beijing office grew dramatically until, with Angel's help, it became the 4th international W3C host in 2013, joining Japan, France, and the US. In 2010, Google exited the Chinese market after failing to reach a consensus with the government on whether to censor or filter out sensitive topics from the search results. The more compliant Baidu took over, And over the following years, the initial promise of the Chinese web has faded somewhat. The government has become more censorious, and the original generation of web entrepreneurs were brought to heel before the state. Jack Ma had shown the temerity to criticize the Chinese banking system in 2020. He went missing for a while after that. Of particular concern is the Chinese government censorship apparatus termed the Great Firewall of China. The purpose of this vast technological filter is to limit access to foreign websites that might present alternative narratives.
Yep.
He went missing for a while.
Great Firewall of China, dude. It sucks.
After that. Of particular concern is the Chinese government censorship apparatus termed the Great Firewall of China. The purpose of this vast technological filter is to limit access to foreign websites that might present alternative narratives to the Chinese Communist Party's official version of events. For example, searching for the phrase Tiananmen Square 1989 in the Chinese search engine Baidu will return no mention of the protests and massacre that occurred.
Every country is doing this now, dude. China is the worst. Every country, including the United States, it seems like, is trying to fucking build walls on the internet, dude. They want everything to be intranet, where we can't access other countries anymore. It's insanity, dude. It's a violation, and I bet he'll talk about it. It's a violation to fucking do that. It's supposed to be internet, worldwide, not per country internet. And what the fuck is this, some states, not every state in the U.S., is like trying to fucking put parental controls, trying to force age verification, when in actuality, they want verification for everybody, not just age. They want verification, period. And Cloudflare is a big fucking contributor to that pretty soon. You're going to see it, dude. They all want control. They all want to lock everything down. They're fucking cocksuckers.
Many other politically sensitive topics are censored as well. The struggle for independence in Tibet, the political status of Taiwan, information about the Falun Gong religious movement, mention of repression of Chinese Uyghurs in Tien-Xiang, even...
What you want?
Why isn't it reading? Why isn't it reading?
It's a relief to be in someplace with water after trekking through the wasteland of Hellfire Peninsula. I was worried there might not be any respectable fishing holes in Outland. Now I'm glad I lugged my fishing supplies along. For the most part, the fishing's been good, except for those no-good fencore thrashers in Serpent Lake. Not only do they scare the fish away, but they're bold enough to snap the bait right off my hook. I spend more time rebaiting the hook than I do catching anything.
It's impossible to work with all this infernal buzzing. Do you hear it? I can't get it out of my head. I know exactly what's making the noise, too. It's those damnable marsh light bleeders. The noise always comes from the south and west of the village. They're too big to swat, crush underfoot, or wave away. The only way to stop that unholy droning is to kill them. I don't care how you do it, adventurer. Just quiet them.
Basic biographical information about Chinese leaders like Xi Jinping and Deng Xiaoping. Today, the web in China is far from the open and independent platform I would hope for.
Yeah.
Still, I'd say it's an improvement on the alternative of nothing at all. The web remains a critical engine for economic progress, and independent voices can still be found there. I remain optimistic about the potential of the Chinese web. In Massachusetts, several W3C employees lived at one point in an enormous 5-story Victorian house in Somerville we called the Ranch. The place was rented from a tech entrepreneur who had installed a big fat T1 internet pipe in the cellar alongside a gigantic router. The house was quite beautiful and had all sorts of features, a wood-panelled sauna, a bar, and an incredible basement pool with a domed mosaic ceiling decorated with geometric Arabian stars. Over the years, a lot of people lived and hung out at the ranch, and they also hosted guests from W3C's satellite offices there whenever they came into town. In this way, it came to reflect the culture of W3C, along with its employees, an incredibly diverse group of talented, energetic, and imaginative individuals. Some of the residents made improvements to the ranch. One of our engineers, Sandro Hawk, had his private telephone exchange installed there. Another, Eric Prudomo, built a zip line off the roof that connected to a nearby tree. Finding your way to Eric's room was easy in a sense because someone as a prank had painted a wide asphalt grey path all the way from the front door to his bedroom, with the standard US double yellow line up the middle. Sadly, the original owner eventually moved back in and they no longer had access to the ranch. I don't know if the line was ever painted over. The W3C culture of hardware and software geekery wasn't limited to the ranch. We loved to come up with new technical solutions to everyday problems. In the days before...
By the way, speaking of problems, for the last week, maybe a little more, my reliability history, and let me tell you what that is. If you don't know, you could type in View Reliability History in Windows and you'll get a little chart. I'll zoom in on it for you. And I'll back up. Speaking of computers and reliability, if I back up to 8/3/2025, you'll see my reliability history is at a 10. That means my computer is very reliable and it doesn't crash. And programs don't crash either. That's what that means. And that's usually what I'm at. I'm usually at a 10 because I made sure my computer was fucking solid when I bought it. And then you see it drop here on 8/15, 8/16, something like that. And then it drops more and more and more until I basically have a 0 fucking reliability. My computer was crashing like every 10 minutes, dude. Out of nowhere. And so, of course, the first thing you do is you uninstall recently installed programs, thinking that's the problem. But that wasn't it. I tried uninstalling programs. I tried, checking my internet connection to see if somebody was like inside my computer somewhere, powering it off, whatever, basic shit like that. But then I decided to, and then we're on this date, 9/1, it just started working a little bit better. But then again, I was shutting down my computer more. And then just the other day, it started happening even more, dude. It was crashing non-fucking stop. And I mean like a hard crash. Like I had to power off my computer every time. It would just either freeze, my screen would fucking just turn off, and I thought it was overheating. I thought my GPU was overheating. I thought my CPU was overheating. Nope, let me tell you what it was. C states in my AMD CPU. I'll type it in. Problem I was having was C states in my AMD CPU. I had to disable C states in my BIOS. And then now my computer has not froze since then. C states. I think there's a bug in certain AMD CPUs where, and you'll see other people who have this issue too. It's really fucking frustrating, dude, because the random freezing is hard to troubleshoot. You're not sure what it is. But I found the problem, and that's obviously it, because I have not frozen since. So that's really frustrating, and hopefully people don't go buy new computers, but it seems like it's essentially going to keep happening over time. Like, I think the CPU degrades. Like, I don't trust the reliability of AMD right now. My next computer build is probably going to be Intel again, but hopefully it'll be one with like all P cores and not this E core bullshit. So that was really fucking frustrating to troubleshoot and put up with. Oh my god, nothing stresses me out more than a fucking unreliable goddamn computer, dude. Because I have to access my computer. Where the fuck? I have to access my computer remotely. from wherever I am in the world. And if my computer's off, I can't do that. Where did they go, dude? They just disappeared. What the fuck? Okay. Alright, anyway.
Internet conferencing, you had to have a physical telephone bridge for everyone to call into. W3C had one that connected into the MIT Digital Telephone Exchange that we named ZAKIM after Boston's new highway bridge. Ralph Swick, the longtime COO of W3C, connected a small computer to watch and control the bridge. On it, Ralph programmed a chatbot so that we could all chat to ZAKIM directly. ZAKIM ran most of our meetings, could identify and mute noisy people, and it could even take minutes, queue agenda items, and tabulate the results of voting and polls. Finally, when a virtual meeting concluded, ZAKIM would, on request, publish the minutes online. Our philosophy at W3C was that if it wasn't on the web, it didn't exist. In many ways, Ralph epitomizes the culture of W3C, and he effortlessly connects the worlds of software and hardware. He lives quite far out in rural Massachusetts and rescues...
What in the fuck is going on, dude? Why is it doing that? Okay, well, I'm going to get rid of this guy, and I'm going to take my pet back. See if that gets rid of these guys disappearing on me. Nope, it's my pet. It's got to be my pet. My pet's just... What the... Where the fuck are they going? Come on, dude. Does the water make it that crazy? Okay, let's dismiss my pet. Let's bring the other guy back. Okay, let's send that guy in. Where is he? Come on. Where is he? Follow me, dude. There he is. Alright. Go get that fuck. There, lock him in place. Yeah. Look, he's trying to go underground again. When you lock him in place, he can't do that. Ha ha! Alright. Come on, go get the where is he now? Dude. Okay, there he goes. Is he a different color? Yeah. So I gave the druid some underground potions, or underwater potions. I don't know if he drank it though. Can I make him drink it? I think I can. Let me see. Inventory. He should have some of these potions. There we go. Let me hit use. Oh, cool. Well, he's not using it though. He's not using it. What the... Okay, this is... I don't know how to get him to use it. Equipping? Nope, that's not working. I don't know how to do it. I guess you're gonna drown, fucker. So my pet is causing the problem. Because he's not going underground anymore. See, I kind of wish I had the druid ability so I can swim faster underwater. I do want to level the druid sometime. Because I like being able to get out of snares, swim underwater, instantly fucking mount, heal myself, DPS, tank, I guess tank, I don't know. I guess I could have this guy tank shit, but I don't want him to. Escape from Durnhold, my favorite dungeon ever. Not. All right, I gotta shut up.
People in his.
I'm about halfway through this book, and I like it. I like it so far, dude. This guy, he might be a little too nice to everybody and friendly, just like John Romero of id Software, but I agree with his philosophy on pretty much everything. I don't think I really. I guess there's a couple things I disagree with. Obviously, with whatever he was just talking about, which I already forget.
Big orange emergency vehicle whenever a serious storm rolls in.
You've dealt with most of the Lil Hydra, but I doubt Murjesh was impressed by your display. He's a cunning, ferocious beast, and he's dogged many an angler in his time. I intend to be the last one he'll ever bother. He's bound to be hiding deep in the waters of Serpent Lake to the northeast. He's a has-been. He just doesn't know it yet. I've caught every kind of fish that lives in the marsh, but there's one that eludes me. Sure, I've caught eels and mudfin frenzies, but the last time I was out on one of the islands in Marshlight Lake, I hooked a gigantic bogstroke that snapped my line and got away. Terraclaw he's called, and I won't rest until he's dead. He's too big for any fisherman to catch, so I suppose we'll just have to kill him the old-fashioned way.
How can I get this guy to click me and get on my mount? How can I do that? I don't know if there's a command to do that. I want him to fucking mount up. I don't know how to tell him how to get on my mount. That'd be kind of cool if you can do that. You know? Oh, I can't even fly anyway. Oh, man. Fuck you.
One of my professional highlights each year was W3C's annual Technical Plenary Advisory Committee Conference, or TPAC, as everyone called it. It brought together around 1,000 of the brightest minds in web development in a different location every year. These were people struggling with the most difficult issues on the web, but they were also there for each other. The atmosphere when they were together was always electric, constructive, and fun. These were my people. These were the web's people. We'd travel to Madrid, or Tien-Xiang, or Santa Clara, and participate in a week of working group meetings, panels, and breakout sessions to resolve the most challenging technical or social issues facing the web. Amy van der Heel, my personal assistant, with whom I worked closely for over 20 years, had a background in art museum curation, and so was well suited to being in charge of the planning. She understood the technical arguments, the people and the philosophy behind W3C. She was able to be both a sounding board and someone who brought people together to help us reach a conclusion, by quietly understanding the essence of technical differences.
I'm sure the old boy must have seen his days coming to an end. With all these new arrivals the old order couldn't stand. It's just as well his spirit is at rest now.
Oh, I have a deal for you! Glad I could help!
Heal my pet.
Their particular individual views and opinions. Not that everything was always so smooth inside the conference rooms. Close to 400 dues-paying organizations were represented at the usual TPAC conference, and they had a widely disparate range of views and objectives. As you might expect, the representative from Google often had a different point of view from the representative from the New York Times. The representative from the Wikimedia Foundation did not always agree with the representative from Microsoft. The points of common agreement between AT&T, Cloudflare, the University of Illinois, the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Fraunhofer Gesellschaft, the BBC, Hitachi, El Instituto Tecnológico de Costa Rica, Taiwan's Ministry of Digital Affairs, the National Library of Sweden, ByteDance, Salesforce, and the US Department of Homeland Security were sometimes limited. But all were dues-paying members of the consortium and were entitled to a voice. They all came on the assumption that rather than fighting over who had the largest share of some pie, it was better to collaborate to make the pie a whole lot bigger. At TPAC, disputes could sometimes...
See, I think overall the internet has been fucking awesome. Oh my god, I've said it before, but I've had access to so much more music I would have never had access to, books, education, learning, I mean, movies, TV shows, shit I would have never seen or heard of before. I think it's the best. I think computers and the internet is the best. So, and even better, I feel good about the decentralized web, that even though there's a lot of commercial interests here, you don't have to hang around them. You don't have to go to YouTube. You don't have to give them money, you know? So they don't control it the way they controlled television and radio. Radio and television, at least in the United States, was heavily controlled by a lot of corporations. And in some cases, that's good in terms of filtering out garbage. I'm not saying that only the best got through, but on the internet, man, you have a lot of fucking phonies and fakes and scammers and con artists that have no filters at all. But people are so dumb that they can't see it. But again, I would rather have that than a totally controlled, can't do anything at all, one-way media stream like television and radio, where you can't do anything. You can't publish anything. You can only listen and only consume. So, I always fight for the internet, but I try to educate people to not be fucking dumb suckers.
Oh, good. Help finally. There's just so much to do, and I need to stay here to organize it all. I hope that you're ready to get your hands dirty.
Yeah, I am.
We need to learn all that we can of the sporelings at Sporegger and their relationship to the creatures around them. One way to do that is what I'm doing. Passive observation while making a note of their interactions. I need you to head over to the spawning glen to the west.
investigate the whole area, and then return to tell me what you saw. What? The bog lords of Quag Ridge are eating the Sporling's pods? This isn't good.
Grow heated. Often, technical disagreements had been simmering in email listservs and Discord channels for months. I felt it was vitally important that the arguing parties be given a chance to meet face to face to discuss their grievances and come to some sort of consensus. Just as important, the minutes of every meeting, no matter how trivial, no matter how contentious, were posted online so that there would always be a record of how decisions were reached.
You know, I want to see that.
Parties be given a chance to meet face to face to discuss their grievances and come to some sort of consensus. Just as important, the minutes of every meeting, no matter how trivial, no matter how contentious, were posted online so that there would always be a record of how decisions were reached. I think of the TPAC summits as an important global force for technology. I know of no other organization in the world that brings together such a diverse group of corporate, government, academic, and non-profit technology interests. Negotiations can get a bit chippy and sometimes progress is slow, but the end result is standards that foster seamless interoperability across languages, cultural barriers, platforms, and technologies.
I don't think I've ever seen a TPAC summit debate or discussion or anything. Now I'm kind of curious.
TPAC really put the worldwide in the World Wide Web. As proud as I am of the work I did in designing the original protocols for the web, these annual summits have been crucial for keeping it on track. As I write this book, though, I ask myself how we are doing with the latest wave of tech. It's a question I'll return to.
See, you could tell he's disappointed in everybody. You could tell he fucking invented the World Wide Web, and you could tell that he's disappointed. Probably, I don't know, I'm gonna guess, not only by corporations, but also by the fucking uncritical thinking people that are here. They're just so bamboozled, and they don't want to learn, man. That's frustrating to me.
The World Wide Web's growing popularity offered me the chance to meet and get to know some pretty interesting people. While I'm not exactly a celebrity, I don't get recognized on the street, I did receive a number of awards. In 2004, I was named the inaugural winner of Finland's Millennium Technology Prize. Finland had conceived of this award after noticing that the absence of a Nobel Prize for technology meant a large number of important innovators and inventors weren't being recognized. Since Norway awarded the Nobel Peace Prize and Sweden the other Nobel Prizes, I suspect Finland saw an opportunity to join that group. The web was selected as the winning technology from among 78 nominations from 22 countries. The award meant a great deal to me personally. I was very honored to receive it.
Nice.
I traveled with my family to the Finnish National Opera House in Helsinki. Tarja Halonen, the president of Finland, presented me with the award. The members of the symphony and everyone else in the audience stood to applaud. The physical prize was a sculpture made from crystalline silicon. It was accompanied by a cheque for €1,000,000,
Holy
which
shit.
I certainly appreciated.
Yeah,
But
I
the
bet you
real
did.
reason the Millennium Prize meant so much to me personally was that I'd brought the family, including my children Alice and Ben, along for the trip. They were now aged 13 and 10, and it was the first time we had done something open and festive as a family, involving the web. We had always kept the web thing low profile at home and at their schools. Alice and Ben had a great time in Helsinki, a charming city on the Baltic Sea with beautiful waterfront views and numerous islands to explore. We stayed in the British Embassy, courtesy of Ambassador Matthew Kirk and his wife Anna, who were wonderful hosts and helped explain Finland a bit. Their red Jaguar, festooned in a Union Jack, transported us around town, to Ben's delight.
Wow.
And the whole embassy was a safe retreat for us to regroup after busy and demanding days.
He's shaking hands with the big leagues, huh? Huh, Mr. Tim Berners-Lee? But see, dude, like, people like this who gave their technology away, such as Linus Torvalds of Linux, and, of course, Tim Berners-Lee of the fucking World Wide Web, the people that give things away freely like that, ultimately, they're rewarded. Maybe not as greatly rewarded as they would if they commercialized it, but the fact is that a lot of rich people appreciate their generosity, and so they give them back, maybe in award form, or in Linus Torvalds' case, they hired him and gave him a pretty big salary for, just to pay them back in some way. So that's what happens, and that's good, I mean. So some people say, I'm not doing anything for free. Well, if really people really like your work, eventually you'll get your, you'll get something for it. But I really don't think that should be your true motivation.
The Finnish visit was one of the last official trips I took with Nancy. Our marriage, in fact, came to an end over the next few years, and I was hopeful for new horizons in my work and personal life. Even as the web was extended to ever more people, its integrity was threatened by Microsoft's growing platform. Even as the web was extended to ever more people, its integrity was threatened by Microsoft's growing platform dominance.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't, dude. I totally disagree with that. I mean, I pirated the shit out of Microsoft stuff. I didn't buy... Did I buy anything? I'm trying to think, man. I know I bought some Microsoft games. But, yeah, they owned a large part of what was entertaining. But, again, you didn't have to use it. That's why I hate when they say shit like that. I don't... Maybe they don't intentionally mean to say it that way, but it just kind of bugs me because the internet is so fucking open. You can have your own little corner of the web, and you don't have to... You might not become super popular or whatever. Big fucking deal, dude. You don't have to rely on these corporations at all. I don't know. By the way, fiber might be coming to my place here pretty soon. And if it does, I'm probably going to sign up and try it, but I might not stick with it. So we'll see. We'll see. I've been hearing some things lately about them. So I might go with them for a little while and come back to Comcast or Xfinity, whatever you want to call it. We'll see, though. The fiber company says that they're pro net neutrality. It says it right in the little sign-up page. That they no data caps, net neutrality, but they have a terms of service, dude. And so I'm a little worried about it. Well, of course Comcast does as well, but I don't know. There's something about fiber that makes me a little apprehensive. I guess we'll find out. But I probably will, and I'm saying it now, I'll probably come back to cable internet, even though it might be slower. We'll see, though, because I push things to the limit, dude. If I get fiber internet, I'm going to be pushing that upload speed to the limit. And they might suspend me for that. We'll see. And if they do, I'll fall back on Comcast, which has not given me any goddamn lip on how much upload data I use, which is many terabytes per month.
By 2002, Netscape was in shambles, and Internet Explorer had a 95% market share. To outsiders, the browser wars looked to be over. Around this time, I drafted a map of the web, inspired by J.R.R. Tolkien's Map of Middle-earth.
He did?
At last. They say every great fisherman has a story of the one that got away.
Why am I getting
But I haven't
burnt
yet
up?
met a creature I couldn't beat one way or another.
Okay.
Nice. Okay, cool. I'm gonna get nitro boots now. I love the fucking atmosphere of Zangarmarsh here. It's fucking awesome. Okay. Save all. I gotta get to town, man, and sell some of this shit soon. Holy shit. Okay, what else?
You be careful, man.
I thought so. I can hear the difference already. I'll finally be able to get back to work thanks to you. If you ever find yourself in need of trade skill supplies, don't forget Ogambarinka.
Pretty funny. That's a pretty funny troll, dude.
What's beyond your mind?
All right, cool. I can use level 65 arrows now, which I have been. I want to save them at 69 just for possible PvP, PvP twinks or whatever. So you can character dump your characters, of course. What the? All right, shit. What's this guy doing? I'm gonna head out there. I want to finish this book, man.
Earth. The happy stream led from the Shire of the World Wide Web to the tranquil sea of interoperability. To the south, however, surrounded by the wasted arid plains, the patent peaks and proprietary paths, loomed the sinister anagrammatic Tor of Schism. If you zoomed in, you would see that the eye of Sauron is in fact the E on the Internet Explorer logo. The map still hangs on the door of my MIT.
Wait a minute, I have the ebook open. I want to see if there's a... Nope, he doesn't have a fucking picture of the map, I don't think. I got the ebook open, but I don't see the fucking picture of this Middle Earth he's talking about.
Office today. Fortunately, Microsoft's browser monopoly proved impermanent. The non-profit Mozilla Foundation, formed from Netscape's ashes, launched the alternative browser Firefox in 2004. Firefox did a lot of things well, and we pushed hard to make sure Mozilla had a seat at the table at W3C.
That's really important, man. I'm telling you, like Mozilla, Mozilla like is in jeopardy of dying right now from what I hear. I don't know if that's absolutely true, but I've been hearing bad things. I mean, I love Mozilla. I think they're the best browser, dude. They're the most freedom-respecting browser right now. It's not even fucking close. In fact, I'm bookmarking this section here. Mozilla Firefox. And I bet, I don't know what he's going to say, but I bet he'll agree with me.
Firefox in 2004. Firefox did a lot of things well, and we pushed hard to make sure Mozilla had a seat at the table at W3C. It was also the browser I used most of the time, although I occasionally experimented with Opera, an alternative browser from Norway. In the mid-2000s, Firefox began to eat away at Microsoft's position, and eventually Internet Explorer lost its monopoly position. Explorer remained an important player for many years, balancing Mozilla, Opera, Safari, and later Chrome. Today, its successor, Edge, has only about 5% market share. But even as one monopoly disintegrated, another began to form. By the end of 2004, Google had eclipsed Yahoo as the dominant search engine and would eventually grow to control about 90% of the market for Internet search. I found a lot to admire in Google. They were a very innovative company that did a great many things well, and they were committed, for the most part, to maintaining open, royalty-free standards. They were especially good at using the programming paradigm known as asynchronous JavaScript and XML, or the AJAX platform, which allowed web data to be retrieved in the background without interfering with the behavior of the existing page. This meant users could interact with rich, feature-filled applications without constantly hitting the browser's refresh button. Google used AJAX to develop the popular Gmail application in 2004 and Google Maps in 2005. These beautiful, innovative products created the illusion that the web was always on. How do you make an application that seems to be always on? Two ways. You actually keep a copy of much of the web, especially maps, but also other data, on the device, so that what you want is available instantly, even if the connection is slow or has dropped. Then, if the user makes a change to what they're looking at, say, move something to the map, you make the change locally on the device and then forward the change to the system, the back-end store, or elsewhere on the web. In 2025, doing this with multiple collaborating users is called local first. It is an important little movement among developers. Due to its predominance in search and its innovative products, Google soon had a lot of clout inside W3C, and Google developer Ian Hickson was named the chair of the HTML development group. Hickson, or Hixie, as everyone called him, was a Swiss national who had grown up in Britain. He was technically capable and highly intelligent, but rather combative. He and his cohort didn't much care for W3C's consensus-building approach, which they found boring and slow. Hixie especially didn't seem to like the horizontal review by the accessibility community. Hixie's grumbling led to problems as the HTML standard evolved, but his role was important. As an employee of a search engine company, Google, he was seen as a neutral arbiter between the fiercely competing browser manufacturers, namely Microsoft, Mozilla, Apple, and Opera. But soon, two factions broke out in W3C with a rather toxic culture based on confrontation, vying against the older norms of engineers collaborating together respectfully to build the best world they can for everyone. The debate was over what direction the fifth version of the HTML standard should go. Should HTML now be encouraged to become cleaner and simpler? The problem was that the actual web pages that real people had built were not at all clean. They had hundreds of errors, where users or developers had made typos or misunderstood the HTML protocol, or, quite commonly, had simply copied the mistakes of another person's web page to their own. This was due in part to the unique way the web had spread. Many people, rather than building their own web pages from scratch, would instead navigate to a page they liked and select the View Source option.
Yeah, that's another thing I tried to fucking talk to people about, and they gave me lip about it. You can't copy my website, it's copyright. No, fuck you, we've always been able to do it.
Or, quite common people, rather than building their own web pages from scratch, would instead navigate to a page they liked and select the View Source option in the browser. They would then copy the source code, modify it with their own stuff, and upload it to a server. This helped the web to grow quickly, but it also caused sometimes quite serious programming errors to propagate across websites. Now, suppose instead the browser said, here is your friend's web page, but cleaned up a bit. Then the same typos would not be repeated. That's what I wanted.
How you do it? Relax.
I gotta go to town here pretty soon, man. Shit.
Loktar. For the Horde.
How you doing, man?
Terminal Edge. What a stupid name.
Strength.
But the browser companies didn't. They wanted to pass on the old web page, warts and all. In fact, they did worse. During that time, it became a matter of pride in each browser to be able to display absolutely anything that anyone put out there on the web.
You know what's interesting is that with emulation, you can download those old browsers and experience them today. A lot of people do that. You know, some of them might not have HTTPS support. You might not, probably not a good idea to buy things in those browsers, but it's cool to experience what the internet kind of used to be. And you can actually install those old browsers and experience them as far back, I think, as the very first browser. It's all available still. It's amazing, dude. And I do that sometimes. What do you think I'm doing with WoW? I'm experiencing an older game, but in 2025, just as it was. Running my own server here. Server info, yeah.
They were competing in a race to the bottom. Hicks's browser group wanted browsers to read every page, even pages that were poorly coded, that didn't meet basic data standards, and that were riddled with errors. Their spec defined how to read a web page in English step by step.
That's okay. There's going to be errors. I don't care. In fact, I've done it before, but going through the GeoCities crap, the GeoCities pages, I could take those and upload those to my website and have an exact web-ready version of somebody else's website. It's really cool. I've done it. It's really easy too.
Which was very tedious to have to code. The stated motivation was to hide all this dysfunction from web users who often didn't know or care about how a web page was designed. Of course, doing it this way shifted most of the work to the browser application, which didn't seem to be a coincidence.
I'll mention the schizophrenics another time here. Those schizophrenics I used to talk to, who I met on YouTube, there was dozens of them. Dozens of actual, legitimate schizophrenics who were fucking just terrified of everything. It's one thing I tried to explain to them, that it's not scary, dude. The browsers pretty much protect you. Browsers fucking protect you. You can go to any website you want. You're not going to be raped in the butt.
Indeed, you could argue that Hicks's coalition of Safari, Opera and Mozilla were protecting their little clique by making it harder for new browser developers to enter the field. Following a period of intense debate, in June 2004 the matter was put to a W3C vote, and my preferred, cleaner approach won. I figured that was the end of that, but what happened next came as a disappointing surprise. Representatives from Mozilla, Opera and Apple broke away from W3C to create a splinter faction. It was called the Web Hypertext Application Technology Working Group, or WHATWG. My friend Hakon Lee defected as well, which was disappointing too. WHATWG formed their own mailing list and continued developing their flavor of HTML beyond W3C's control. There was a real toxicity to the WHATWG mailing list. They were a bunch of typically white male geeks who had hoisted the pirates' black flag, and they were not very polite about disagreement. WHATWG's approach allowed web developers to make all kinds of errors and never complain to anyone reading the page by raising alert boxes or banners. Now, because the errors in the web page are hidden from the user, they are also hidden from the developer, who can never see what needs to be done to clear up the messy bits. Under this approach, the web would become bloated and slow, full of errors which the browser was programmed to ignore. Hicksy soon left W3C completely, and not long after, someone found a series of blog posts he had previously written advocating for what he called humanitarian eugenics. Hicks's callow manifesto called for selective reproduction based on measures of intelligence, where mothers cannot bear offspring without a license. As you can imagine, this did not go over very well with W3C, but it turned out he had another surprise up his sleeve too. It was soon revealed that Google was developing its own browser, known as Chrome. This was very smooth of Hicksy, and nobody saw it coming. By getting editorial control of HTML, he had been able quietly to make sure that Google had what it needed for its own secret project. Soon, Mozilla, Opera and Apple realized they were working not with a neutral convener, but a rival who had been steering HTML in the direction that Google's Chrome team wanted it to go. In my time at the head of W3C, I witnessed a lot of slick bureaucratic maneuvering by various special interest groups. I would say Hicks's hijacking of the HTML standard was probably the slickest. Google Chrome publicly launched in 2008, and it was an immediate sensation. Its success due in part to its seamless integration with the HTML5 standard Whatwig had produced. Now, I want to give credit where it's due. Even though it propagated a lot of errors, HTML5 was a more powerful evolution of web technology, and we ultimately endorsed it within W3C. It essentially turned HTML into a programming language for JavaScript developers and eliminated the need for third-party plugins like Flash and Shockwave. So-called rich internet applications like Google Docs and Slack began to appear, consolidating almost all of the functions of the PC inside the browser. Google Chrome is, in 2025, by far the most popular browser in the world, and it's one of the ones I use most often. It's a fantastic product.
See, he's fucking saying it, dude. Google Chrome sucks. And they're actively trying to stop you from installing uBlock Origin on it. It blows. You can still install uBlock Origin on Chrome, but it's quickly becoming more and more difficult. God damn it, Tim, why would you say that?
Google Chrome is, in 2025, by far the most popular browser in the world, and it's one of the ones I use most often. It's a fantastic product, no question, and the modern browser-first paradigm simply wouldn't be possible without HTML.
The only reason I use Google Chrome is this right here. That's why. One-click voice chat with end-to-end encryption. That's the only reason I really use it still. Firefox currently doesn't support it. I wish it did, but it doesn't.
End-to-end encryption is on.
Mm-hmm.
End-to-end encryption is off.
5. Product, no question. And the modern browser-first paradigm simply wouldn't be possible without HTML5. But the fracturing of W3C left the world worse as a whole. The formation of Whatwig was, to my mind, the first real blow to the integrity of the World Wide Web. It made the web less The formation of Whatwig was, to my mind, the first real blow to the integrity of the World Wide Web. It made the web less accountable to public stakeholders and more of a bloated, complicated mess. The schism was, to me, the first step away from the public commons I had envisioned, and the first step towards something far more divisive and exploitative. Unfortunately, it would not be the last. Chapter 9. The Mobile Web. As the web conquered the PC, we did our best to keep it open and to help it improve. Meanwhile, however, we faced an even bigger challenge: the looming adoption of mobile devices. Today, that adoption is complete. People sometimes spoke of the transition from PC to mobile, but there are a huge number of people in the world, probably a majority, who have only ever used the web on mobile phones. At W3C, we saw this revolution coming. We started our mobile web initiative in 2005, more than 2 years before the introduction of the iPhone. The initiative was led by Philipp Hoschke, a German computer engineer with a PhD from the University of Karlsruhe, who recognized quite early that the web would someday be bigger on mobile than it had ever been on its native environment of the PC. To prepare for this eventuality, we had to change the way people made their websites. The first and most important change was the introduction of haptic touch events, which took the place of clicking on links with a mouse. Resizing the links to correspond to the press of a finger to a touchscreen was something of a project. While I had conceived of a wide variety of ways to embed links in the web, in text, via pictures, in interactive objects, etc., my default expectation was always that the user would have a mouse and keyboard in front of them. Touch screens were a new paradigm, and one W3C struggled a bit with at first. Fortunately, Apple was one of our partners at W3C, and they pushed Hoschka and his team to get this working fast. In 2007, with the launch of the iPhone, we found out why. The diminished screen size of mobiles also presented new challenges. Fortunately, the separation Hakon Lee and I had engineered between style and content many years before made it relatively easy to resize web content. The other challenge was finding a balance between phones' landscape and portrait modes. Apple helped us here as well. Over the long term, probably the most important change mobile engendered was the shift in users' attention spans. This was more of a content problem than a technical one, but everything had to be simplified. For web designers, ample white space and ease of rendering took precedence over the elaborate arrangements of the websites of the early 2000s. The shift...
And I miss those elaborate websites of the early 2000s. There were so many links on one page. Everything looked awesome, but now everything's fucking really simple and big buttons everywhere, so big fat fucking fingers can click them on a stupid fucking cell phone.
To mobile necessitated a refocus of ambition in graphic design. The upside was ubiquitous connectivity. It's very important that this transition happened. For the web to be ubiquitous, it had to be available on phones. And to make the web affordable, to get the data rates down so that it was accessible to less well-off users, we had to focus very much on the smallest, least powerful device. The Mobile Web Initiative realized this was important, and fortunately we could address these constraints via the power of the cascading style sheets we'd devised earlier. With CSS, you can assign different parts of a style sheet for rendering on a mobile, a laptop, or a large screen. Having different ways to serve the same content had always been key for the web. For accessibility, for internationalization, for whatever device, the web always had to be universal. Designing for mobile meant guiding developers towards a new type of content presentation. The mobile phones supported all sorts of input and output channels that laptops of the time did not. These included touch events, vibrational feedback, accelerometer data, and of course current location data. The last was very tricky, as we had to make sure websites could take full advantage of knowing where the user was located while still respecting privacy concerns.
The Naga have turned Serpent Lake into a giant water sink for the rest of Zangarmarsh. What could they possibly be doing? You've done well in bringing this news to us, adventurer. We will send a team to investigate this drain you've discovered. I have a different task for you in the meanwhile.
And there were other possibilities we wanted to take advantage of, even in the earliest days of the smartphone, like mobile video conferencing. Impressed by the earlier Nokia communicators, we had been working on that well before the debut of the iPhone. The transition was smoother than I expected. Perhaps it was because, with all the work on accessibility, W3C folk were well versed in thinking about different situations in which the same information needed to be rendered in different ways. The W3C mobile standards were up and running by the time the smartphones debuted, spurring a virtuous cycle of development and adoption. In July 2004, I was made a Knight Commander of the Order of the British Empire, in recognition of services to the global development of the Internet. From that point forward, my official designation became Sir Tim Berners-Lee, You never say Sir Berners-Lee, it's Sir Tim on special occasions, but call me Tim. Getting knighted at Buckingham Palace was a special moment in my life. When we met, Her Majesty had someone standing behind her, whispering who each person was. When it came to my turn, she asked me how long I had been involved with the internet. A reasonable question, though I stammered, nerves taking over, and couldn't produce a coherent answer. Her Majesty was a great conversationalist, however, and the talk continued. As she touched my shoulders with the knighting sword, I felt proud of the movement I represented, and the crazy community of collaborators all over the world who were helping to make the web better. There is no big party at Buckingham Palace after the ceremony, so we celebrated by going out to lunch at the Savoy. The knighthood was, of course, a very great honour for me, one I shared with about 3,000 other living knights and dames of the British Commonwealth. I was further honoured to receive what came later in 2007, when I was appointed to the Order of Merit of the British Empire. Only 24 individuals are invited into the Order of Merit at any given time, and it is our privilege to meet for lunch with the monarch every few years. We get to bring our partners as well. The Order typically convenes at either Buckingham Palace or Windsor Castle. Attendees are expected to wear their honours, which the royal family's website describes. The badge is an 8-pointed cross of red and blue enamel surmounted by the imperial crown. In the centre, upon blue enamel and surrounded by a laurel wreath, are the words "For Merit" in letters of gold. The food at the luncheons is delicious, although you do have to know how to tackle it sometimes. There are a lot of knives and forks. The key is working from the outside in. Of course, some of the finer points of etiquette can only be arrived at through experience. Artichoke, for example, is eaten with the fingers. Afterwards, you rinse off your fingers in the beautiful brass bowl sitting next to your plate.
Your people are angry, but there is little I can do. Some of us have been touched by the power of the Naru, and we are forever changed. Those of us who remain in the wild are as we have always been.
Our enemies will fall.
Doom hearkens from the cliffs of Sketes. My people, the Arakoa, face a fate shrouded in unspeakable evil. Too often have we abused dark magic for wrongdoing. Through Adal I have learned of the light and of redemption. Terok watches his colonies from Sketes through orbs enchanted by the black art. Steal these eyes from Vale Rask and Vale Shinor in northern Terokar. Let me see what Terok sees. Let me look through the eyes of Sketes.
Fortunately, while working at DG Nash in the late 1970s, I'd once dined on artichoke with some officers in the French Navy, so I knew the drill. At my first lunch with Her Majesty, I found myself seated among some very interesting people. The neat thing about the Order of Merit is that its members are leaders in totally different fields, some of the greatest living Britons. David Attenborough, the famous BBC nature presenter, was there. The painter, Lucian Freud, grandson of Sigmund, was in attendance as well. He was rather quirky and would turn his face sideways in the class photo that marked each meeting and was published in the press.
Something strange has changed the Terramoths of the thicket. Where once there was a diversity of life in there, now only the Terramoths remain. And while before they were at peace, now they are agitated,
and will not hesitate to attack you should you get close. I need to compare the vicious ones to the normal. Collect for me a number of samples from both. You'll find the unaffected terramoths both to the south and the north. I'm certain this is related to whatever killed all of the druids. Odd. The samples from the vicious terramoths are infused with what feels to me to be pure mana. It would seem that whatever caused all of this death also left behind that strong field of residual energy. But for some reason the terramoths were not killed by it. Instead, being driven into an agitated state. It seems apparent that this strange energy is the byproduct of whatever attacked the thicket.
Peace, friend. The winds guide you.
Let's see, who else? There are too many amazing people to mention here. Roger Penrose, the brilliant physicist who had been the idol of many of my fellow students at Oxford, and also my friend from a biking group, Norman Foster, were a delight to talk with. And once, following the first OM lunch, we shared a cab home with the playwright Tom Stoppard, who stopped at a little higgledy-piggledy bookshop by the side of the road to purchase for me a copy of Alan Bennett's The Uncommon Reader, a fanciful novella which imagines the Queen abdicating from the throne
To pick up and deliver some boxes of goods from an ethereal in Shattrath City. Last I saw him, he was standing outside of the World's End Tavern in Lower City. His name is Wind Trader Lathray, and that's all that I know. Want more answers? Go talk with him.
to devote more me a copy of Alan Bennett's The Uncommon Reader, a fanciful novella which imagines the Queen abdicating from the throne to devote more time to pleasure reading. The star of all these attendees was, of course, Queen Elizabeth II herself. To my great surprise, Her Majesty seemed to enjoy my presence at these functions, and over the years I was tremendously pleased to get to know her a little. She was a great inspiration to me, as I suppose she was to people all over the world. I often felt that we had a mutual bond and respect for public service. In 2009, we helped her roll out the official website for Buckingham Palace. The Queen launched the site with the push of a button on a remote control. "I think we did that rather well, didn't we?" she said to me later. I wondered, was that the royal we, or did she mean both of us? We were lucky to be able to experience Her Majesty's wonderful, gentle wit. My wife, Rosemary, a Canadian, also enjoyed our interactions with Jean Chrétien, the former Prime Minister of Canada and another member of the Order. When Jean realized both my wife and my Granny Helen were Canadian, he remarked, "The web is Canadian. Canada can claim credit for one of its own inventing the web." I first met Rosemary Leith at a dinner in 2008. The hosts were my friends Nigel Shadbolt and Wendy Hall, two professors at the University of Southampton. Nigel, Wendy and I were all on the board of the Web Science Trust, a charitable trust which supports interdisciplinary research into the effects the web has on society at large. They were courting Rosemary to join our board. Rosemary was a highly accomplished businesswoman with an enormous gift in her ability to connect with people and understand how they think. She holds others and herself to a very high standard. She had grown up in Canada, then moved to the UK via Switzerland in the late 1980s to work for the private equity firm Palace. In the late 1990s, she co-founded an early content company called Flametree, a .com that took advantage of web technology to provide flexible work-life solutions. Rosemary and her co-founder were very far ahead of their time. Both had relied on flex work in order to succeed in business while simultaneously raising children. Flametree was a success, and in 2001 they sold it to PwC just 3 years after inception. Rosemary then worked as a venture investor, using her ability to recognize early shifts in society that impacted technology and to see their resulting commercial impact. I found in Rosemary a strong-willed, highly intelligent woman. She had dark hair, dark eyes, and a winning smile. I liked her right away, and I began inventing reasons to see her again. I had a TED Talk coming up, and although I didn't know her very well, I asked her to help me write it. I believe she was a bit skeptical of me at first, but why don't I let her tell this part of the story? I almost didn't go to the dinner that night. She was a bit skeptical of me at first, but why don't I let her tell this part of the story? I almost didn't go to the dinner that night, Rosemary recalls. Tim and I existed in very different worlds that had very little, if any, overlap. Had I not gone to the dinner, we would never have met. A sliding doors moment. As I got to know Tim, I realized how similar our upbringing had been, even though we were continents apart. We shared a great love of the outdoors, but I needed to test him to see if his outdoor skills were genuine. So I took him on a several-day canoe trip to see if he could survive in the Canadian wilds. We camped at night, and the first day we paddled all day and arrived at the area we had planned to stay. We found a great camping spot and wonderful rocks from where to swim. Tim was competent with the canoe and relaxed into paddling. He could pitch the tent, build the fire from nothing, and bear-proof the campsite. That totally impressed me. I found in Tim such a mix, Rosemary continues. On the one hand, deeply technical, but with a love of music and the arts, a painter. He was also a student of history and philosophy, coupled with an openness to others' ideas, complete respect for humans and nature, and entirely comfortable with strong women. I could see how it came through his mother with the magical childhood that he had. And while he was obviously brilliant, he was also methodically adventurous and had a warmth with people. He liked to hike and bike and swim. He was a little dashing, actually, once you got him in the right element. He's a special person, beyond giving away the web, Rosemary says. He's open-minded, fair, resourceful, and very kind. But what I think really sets him apart is that he cares about people as much as tech. He truly cares about those less fortunate. He loves to walk and be outside. He can be happy with the smallest amount of material things. Also, he picks up garbage everywhere he goes. He'll walk with a garbage
I guess that's a positive, huh?
bag on a hike, constantly stopping. Good for the planet, but makes for a very slow-paced walk. With Rosemary's help, the TED Talk was a success. By coincidence, Bono, the lead singer of U2, was giving a TED Talk around the same time. We met each other in California and got along well. Bono invited us to watch a U2 concert sometime later, and when we went, he changed the lyrics to his song, Beautiful Day. And there's Tim Berners-Lee standing right in front of me. Wow. We haven't seen Bono again, so...
Bono sang about Tim Berners-Lee? Oh shit, hey! Wow, okay. I guess I can't fucking go that way. What the fuck? What the fuck is happening? Why was I kicked out? Why was I banned? I guess I can't make it my home yet. Alright, man. Thanks a lot.
Hello. Have a good one.
Your bravery should be commended. The guardians of Sketis do not part with their belongings willingly, but heroics of the past are of little consequence now. We shall see if such bravery continues to persist in the future, for Terok's gaze fixates on the south. These eyes are all seeing. Other Arakoa took part in the betrayal of Terok. Kirik recognized Terok as a charlatan, not a prophet.
Charlatan?
The only prophecy Terok envisioned was the doom born of his own bidding. It was Kirik who led us bravely from Sketis. After our pilgrimage to Shatrath, Kirik traveled to the colonies in search of others. This missive tells of what the eyes have seen. Kirik must be told. Follow the road south out of Shatrath to the Bone Wastes and look for the caravan. Yes? How may I help you today, champion?
Another cloak upgrade.
You know, come to think of it, I do recall selling several boxes of strange and exotic engineering parts to Empor about a month ago. I'm not sure what they'd be used for, but I know that they were delivered to Turam. Perhaps one or more of those boxes is still there.
You know, I kind of want to back up the server one more time and then upgrade, like, right now. Let me see what the fucking changes are. Lot. Haunted memento aura remains after mailing the item. Fixed. Zuldrak, Volterra's teleport sometimes do not work. Implement Rhino event when the bridge moves. Fix feed. Not seeing anything really super important right now, so maybe I won't upgrade. Maybe I won't upgrade.
So far, but it was a pretty good date, I must say. We both ended up with massive respect for the man, the music, and the mission. Rosemary and I began to travel together, often. Through my speaking engagements and my work with W3C, I was already moving around the world quite a bit. But once I met Rosemary,
Okay, I'm gonna play by myself for a little while and listen to this audiobook alone. But if you want to download this audiobook, I have the link. I guess I'll probably link it on the video itself as well. I like to play alone sometimes. But I just wanted to kind of show people this audiobook, and I guess if you've never run your own World of Warcraft server, you can do it, and it's really awesome, and it's really stable. Give it a try.
Aldir Shalah,